All right. This is gonna be a rough one. Ooh, this is gonna be a rough one, I can tell. What is up, people? Hello. Volcano, I'm pretty sure that's not the first time that's happened. Did you get good sleep? No. I'm running off of like 3 hours of sleep a night for nearly a week now. Who boy? Who boy? What's up, people? No, don't worry, Tempest. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, I know, Thana. Hmm. Nice shirt. Thank you. Fits good, don't it? If only I had that presence of mind, Eddie666. I'm sorry, but you must see this. No, I don't. I don't have to see this at all. Azan spent $800 on pizza for USC protests. Why would he need that much pizza for live covering the USC protests? All right. All right. What did I see on the timeline? What was that thing that I saw? I can't find it. God damn it. I saw there being discourse about some stand-up comedian and whether or not he was a chaser. You mean the sniper? Well, I did see that. I retweeted that. The sniper thing is fucking wild, man. God damn. I'm just glad. My goodness. I got some donations to look at, it seems. Um, Sniper? Interesting. I um I took my computer apart to clean it. So it's possible that my computer is going to be wacky in a little way. Hold on. Let me fix this. Um Okay, that should do it. Also, why is it so fucking bright in here? Oh my god. Why? That's better. That's better. Okay, we gonna work now? Yes. Though I seem to be a little bit squat in the camera. Very ominous. Yeah, I love the extraordinary competence of the police department that they set up a sniper, but you can apparently just get up there. Jesus Christ. Like, you fucking get a drop on them? Absolutely wild. Well, they actually left themselves open. Well, keep in mind, it is the police. They're not exactly competent. Um, just look, okay, keeping students safe. Returning these campuses to an atmosphere of order, peace, and security, okay? I'm sure the Jewish students at this campus are very happy that there's a sniper overlooking them. So cool. On the roof of the Indiana Memorial Union at IU. Gotcha. Why would they do this? I mean, the cops are out there, you know? Cops do be copping. Yeah, it was at my college too, OSU, and the school admin flat out lied to everyone calling it a sniper. Here it is, folks. They lied and spat in your face. It is now confirmed Ohio State lied to its students and the world about snipers with guns trained students. Nice. Super cool. It's all going so well right now. It's doing so well. They're literally a high-powered rifle with a scope. That is what a sniper is. Yes, that's true. God damn, man. Absolutely insane shit. We're speeding towards another Kent State. Yeah, we'll see if it ever gets that bad. Yeah, hold on. A few streams ago, we covered live what was going on at Humboldt State University. And apparently, in response to them, the campus protests, Humboldt State University is closing for the rest of the year. The academic year, not the calendar year. So until May 10th, I think. Cal Polytechnic. HSU's name is biologically HSU, okay? Those who walk out peacefully by the deadline will not be immediately arrested, and will be able to leave campus without being arrested. In addition, voluntarily departing in this way will be considered a mitigating factor in university conduct processes and may reduce the severity of sanctions imposed. Whoo! Why aren't these videos loading? They loaded on my phone. Huh. Yeah, why aren't they loading? That's odd.
Yeah, I know people are wondering what's going on. And the people on the inside have decided to open up Siemens Hall. So we're going to, if everyone is comfortable with this, we would love to move the MAC somewhere else on the quad and take down this barrier and open up the barricade so that everyone here has access to the building. And we would love for everyone to decide as a community and as a collective what we want to do with this space. So if people can help motivate to take the barrier down and to move the MAC and all of the things associated with it somewhere else safe on the quad. We don't know where yet. If someone could help motivate to pick a spot, maybe close to the medic tent, that would be amazing. Yeah, we're gonna open up Siemens Hall. Everyone, welcome.
What's that video from? Interesting. Jesus Christ. Yeah, looks about right. Media. Oh, man. 30 to 50 feral hogs. Yeah, exactly. And you all laughed. You all laughed. Oh, I did see that, Juzor. Yeah, the econ professor. That's a professor now. Yes, one of the big difficulties in like from the perspective of the police, you know, one of the big difficulties is that not only are students overwhelmingly left-leaning, so are professors, like massively so, you know? Even in disciplines like I'm pretty sure like business, engineering, and economics, it's still overwhelmingly left-leaning. So it's when the only people at a university who are anti this, like really anti this on a systemic level, are like campus police and police broadly, and the administration, you know? Stop this, my restraint against Fed posting is only so strong. Listen, okay? All of you are being struck right now by the FBI Fed posting beam directly into your head, okay? And what they're trying to do is they're trying to force you to Fed post so that you get in trouble, all right? They're trying to force you to get in trouble, all right? To compromise the movement. You need to resist the Fed posting beam, all right? You need to stay strong and not Fed post.
God, you people are fascists. You are Hitler. You are fucking dogs.
Oh, I see we have a Voshite in the crowd here.
Shame on you. May you never live another day.
I am a professor.
This is every professor,
I
everyone.
am a professor of economics.
You are rabid dogs. You are fascists.
It was a peaceful protest until they started fighting troopers. I agree with you.
L-I-N. I reacted impulsively. I apologize.
No, you're right. It's right to rebel. I'm gonna share this.
God damn. Well, everyone's having fun out there, it seems.
Undercover officer right here. Undercover officer.
Oink, fucking pig. Get the
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you see the video of the protest leader calling for Zionists to be killed? And then you link me a Drew Pavlo tweet linking to a TikTok video with 38 likes. Are you kidding me? Protest leader calling for Zionists to be... Like, come on. Do you fall for it all that quickly? Wait, be glad, be grateful that I'm not just going out and murdering. That's not even saying for them to be killed. That's just like that's just doing the stupid like Professor Flowers like white people should be happy that we're not, you know, that kind of thing. That's not even the same thing. That's spicy, but like, what are you talking about? So how are you misrepresenting and they got expelled for it? Yeah, what is this narrative that you're pushing? Like, look, this leader calling for Zionists to be killed, and then you're wrong on like 50 counts when you look at it for 2 seconds. Come on. Fuck off of that.
fuck out, pig. Fuck you, pig. Get the fucking dumpster. Oink, oink. Fuck you, pig. Get the fucking undercover officer right here. Pig. Undercover pig. Undercover officer. You're so cool.
No. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah, it is kind of obvious, isn't it? Jesus Christ. This guy looks like fucking Hank Schrader. Jesus Christ.
That's a good one.
Get out.
Boo! Fuck off.
I am merely a college student. He's wearing 5'11" tactical pants. Every fucking item of what he's wearing, it like reeks cop, you know? Like to a ridiculous extent, including the shaved head, yeah. Or possibly just fully bald, who knows? Yeah, this is cop core drip, okay? You gotta recognize. Not even a wig? Yeah, I should have put on like a purple wig or something. Really throw people for a loop. Can't they hire stylists without cop money? One of the most like consistent attributes of police that you don't really find out about unless you go looking for this information is that they're shockingly incompetent. Like, this is something that lawyers know, specifically defense attorneys, because the persistent incompetence of police is like an impediment to them being able to do their jobs. But cops are like incompetent at a shocking level. They are very, very bad at their jobs. The only exception to this sometimes are detectives. Detectives sometimes, and detectives aren't involved in any of these counter-protest efforts, okay? Detectives sometimes, depending, can be relatively competent. In a lot of cases, the feds are, the FBI, you know? But it, like, cops specifically, like regular-ass cops, are often just, like, really fucking bad at their job, you know? They get so much money poured into them, and they have basically like no obligations or workplace expectations. There's no like competence level they have to meet or whatever, except what, like tickets and arrests. It's such a free job, man. Not saying it's easy. It's just like it's difficult for reasons that they make themselves. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's so fucking stupid. Detectives are far better to deal with. Yeah, yeah. Don't they screen out cops who score too highly on IQ tests? It's been known to happen sometimes. I don't know if it happens like crazy often, but yeah, it's been known to happen. From one of the sniper campuses, Associate Dean denounced the school. Even the administration here? Oh shit, dude. Even the fucking admin. Oh my god.
Community said, I am so sad, I am grieving, and you should be grieving too, because what we've done as a community is to break the fundamental link between us and our students. I would imagine there's a fairly high likelihood I will be fired today.
Wait, was the sniper thing real? Yes.
I can't sit here and watch this anymore.
Don't they have snipers at NFL matches? I believe they do, yeah. Third one? Oh, at the IMU. Isn't this the one we just saw, or is this a different one? Whatever. Absolutely wild.
I am so sad, I am grieving, and you should be grieving too, because what we've done as a community is...
Snipers on rooftops in Korea. Yeah, Annie, that is true, but like student protests very, very rarely invite this level of like militant cop crackdown, you know? Like often there are snipers who are deployed just as like matter-of-fact security to areas like that, and it's different because like snipers are usually kept in rooms with like one-way windows, or they're very high up and in stadiums, so they don't like disrupt the crowd or whatever. But actively like sending a sniper to the roof of a school building is, you know, like that doesn't happen often. There's a reason for that. Because when there's a possibility that the presence of a sniper could, like, exacerbate or inflame tensions, they usually don't. The fact that they are here is pretty crazy. Do peaceful protests usually have snipers? No. I mean, like, it depending on, like, obviously, like, the size and potential threat here. But again, like, how many injuries have there even been not caused by police altogether in all of these protests, you know? In terms of the actual material demonstrated harm, it's very, very, very minimal, like, especially considering the level of vitriol and the number of people involved. I don't know what the takes are, Code Mode. College protests literally doubled overnight. Well, that's nice. Though I don't know if this is, like, academic data that I can, like, reliably, you know, refer to on the subject. I saw a large YouTuber say the sniper is there because of the non-zero threat of an Iranian suicide bomber. Fuck yes, dude. Absolutely. That's why. The sniper's just playing like a high-risk, like, keep-away game, you know? He's like scanning the crowd looking for the guy with the bulky jacket, you know, and the beard. What's the purpose of a sniper? Well, part of it is just like Overwatch, and another part of it is just if somebody like procures a weapon, a sniper could theoretically deal with it if there are line of sight issues from the cops, you know, which is why they go up there and do that. There's nothing innately wrong with having a sniper in a tense situation. The problem is that the visible presence of snipers in an environment like this is going to incite like a lot of blowback, which means that it's not... There has been from the beginning of this, there has been a massively overstated capacity for harm assigned to the students. You know, like they've been called terrorists, they've been called militants, they've been called like materially supportive terrorists. That there have been talks of like threatening Jewish students, making campuses unsafe for Jewish students, and like while obviously protesters get rowdy, there's no denying that, and there are always going to be individual actors who act badly. Like the reality has not at all matched the rhetoric on this, not at all matched the fear mongering. So for them to then like add to that with this in these individual campuses, of course, there are like dozens and dozens of campuses that have protests. We're talking about 3 that have been said to have had snipers on the roof, you know, not all of them, 3. But yeah, it sort of like speaks to the, you know, I just have a feeling that even in retrospect, a lot of people are going to talk about these protests the way conservatives talk about BLM in Portland, like they burned Portland to the ground or whatever. So true. Sniper flanked by students. Yeah, we saw that. I've already seen campuses burned down rhetoric. Of course, of course, of course. Has a sniper ever stopped a mass shooter or a threat of any kind at a civilian event? I'm not sure. Probably at least once, right? Yeah, they would have had to, I'm sure, just math-wise. Though I don't know the actual event or events. Oh yeah, police sniper famously assassinated JFK. Yeah.
Out. They're taking over.
DeSantis pledges to expel all students from Florida schools if they protest Israel. Man, imagine being one of the Nazis who worked on his campaign and waking up to see this. Imagine how cucked you gotta be. Oh my god. Like, if fucking, you were the guy who edited the Sonnengrads into the fucking campaign video, and now he's explaining how, like, actually you, white man, do not get an education if you dare speak against Israel. And they're like seething, you know?
You think about what happened when you have these Hamas demonstrators.
Okay, cool. That's great. Why can't I hear this? Oh, it's all left ear, isn't it?
Out.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Over
but you can't, because I made it mono. I made it mono for the stream, yeah.
Bridges, and they're taking over roads. And first of all, you don't have a right to do that. You have someone get stuck in traffic. How do you know if someone may need to get to a hospital? Someone may need to pick up a child somewhere, and you're just going to commandeer the road?
That's true. Someone could have to shit really bad.
Because you have this ideological prediction. They tried to do that in Miami, and what happened? In 10 minutes, they got dragged off the road where they belonged, and we're not going to tolerate that. You look at these universities. When we have students who are doing things that, I mean, look, some of the stuff with the Hamas.
Has there been a single instance of the student protests explicitly supporting Hamas? There have been people at these protests that have said they support Hamas, which is their free speech right. Yeah, that is a First Amendment right that they have. In this country, they have a right to do that. Yeah, 100%. Of course. There were PSL agitators. I mean, you know, criticize Hamas all you want. In the Hamas-Israel conflict, they are objectively the lesser evil, and support of Israel is the mainstream political position. No, I don't give a shit if there are students who support Hamas. That's their free speech right. That does not translate into a material harm of the students present there. To suggest otherwise is like an incredibly slippery slope. Anytime the State Department deems an entity like contrary to the U.S.'s interest, it's like, oh, well, actually, that person is a terrorist. Like, literally, this is just very basic free speech stuff.
I think it's absurd that someone would go out and demonstrate on that. But, you know, when you're chasing Jewish students around, when you're not letting a Jewish professor enter a building, when you're
the Jewish professor they're referring to is that Hitlerite guy who was posting videos of the Muslim students going, please God, please President Xi save me, National Guard save me, Joe Biden save me, Adolf Hitler save me, anyone please get rid of these goddamn Muslims. Like that's the Jewish protester that wasn't let in. By the way, you know why he wasn't let in? Because his campus ID was declined to that portion of the school. school, to the main campus. It wasn't even like people blocking him. It was like he got barred from that portion of campus because all he was doing was rabble rousing and making it more dangerous for everyone.
Targeting people like that, that's not free speech. I mean, that's harassment. That violates appropriate conduct. And yet, at Columbia, at Yale, all these places, those folks rule the roost. They do whatever they want. And these administrators and the presidents of these universities are weak. They're scared, and they don't do anything. You know, you do that in Florida at our universities, we're showing you the door. You're going to be expelled when you're doing that stuff. And you know what? The minute people start to face consequences, you are not going to see this nonsense.
Nice. We love our free speech, don't we, folks? We love our America. Senator slams Israeli premier. Why not Senator Bernie Sanders? That's the senator, you know? People know his name. It's not like he's some no-name senator, you know? Yep. Those are words. We do love our Senator Sanders here, don't we, folks? Let me see. People whining about AOC being present at the campus. Nice. I don't like this language. Black in the Borg. I think you need to go outside and touch some grass, or maybe eat some grass, like a cow or something. Okay. Greg Kisar. I actually forget how that's pronounced. Summer Lee, Omar Bowman, and AOC have visited the Columbia protests, and people are reacting like you'd expect. That's clickbait language. You're linking me to a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot of a tweet where a couple hundred people are whining about AOC. Does that tell me anything about how the people on the ground reacted? No. I think the people here were probably pretty happy to see multiple like House representatives showing up to say hello to them. I don't like the language here. What is this? This is like 6 seconds. What am I supposed to say about this?
I didn't touch you. I did not touch you.
Chill.
How can I even tell what the fuck is... How am I supposed to... Like, how do I get any info from this at all? Like, I have no idea what's going on in this. Like, what? Don't link shit videos. All the discourse is literally people picking clips and screenshots and going insane. Yeah, that's always how it is. That's always how people do it. It's so fucking worthless, man. The way people talk about all this. Quoteth, by that you mean that count got suspended. I already know about that. It's like you guys are trying to YouTube video title clickbait me. You don't need to be clever when you're giving me a link to tell me what's the content of the link. Okay, that's my job, to get the link and then to say stuff about it. You can just say what the content of the link is, and then I look at it, so I'm not clickbaited into thinking it's more interesting than it is. Okay. They're just trying to be funny. That's my job. Okay. The positive of snipers being used for crowd monitoring is you might get a free rifle. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah. BPD sniper. Listen, okay? I'm glad this department is inclusive towards people with neuroatypical conditions. Rifle falls off roof during Buffalo St. Patrick's Day parade. I remember this. Yeah, the dipshit fucking dropped it off the roof. Oh, man. I wish I was there. I want a free rifle. Yeah, assuming it didn't get fucked up in the drop. It's so fucking funny. Yo, my favorite Twitter account, Jackson Hinkle. What's up? Emory University stands with Palestine. Atlanta cops stand with genocidal Israel. That's probably true.
You're under arrest.
Here we have the classic sheriff drip, you know, who can always be identified by the fact that they have more like summer clothing and the hats, you know? They love that shit.
Get back! Get back! Disperse! 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 Back up!
Cool.
Back up! Back up! Cut the ball legs of this party. Back up!
I've got a pretty young audience. Any of you dipshits been participating in your campus protests? I've got a few emails from people who have. I just mean people in chat right now. Vosh, I never went to college. I mean, you can go to these protests even if you've never been to college. I gotta fix those dono alerts.
We're with CNN. We're with CNN.
Go, go that way.
We're with CNN.
Move.
We're with CNN.
Move that way.
Oh, damn. He might have been lying about the CNN thing. No, Thane. I know what to do. I just fucking keep forgetting to do it. Yeah, 2D Siggy, that's it. Richie Torres and Mike Johnson want to create anti-Semitism monitors for colleges? Oh no. We love our bipartisanship when it comes together, right? Didn't we go over this? I love how it's just for anti-Semitism too and not for any other kind of bigotry. It's so weird. APAC makes it really hard to combat anti-Semitism. Oh yeah, APAC and the ADL and everyone who's been touting the Zionist line has made it effectively impossible to talk about actual anti-Semitism. Real anti-Semitism exists and is a serious issue, but right now, like, literally all institutional power interested in opposing anti-Semitism is just about Zionism, and that's it. Like, literally that's it, you know? His largest contributor this cycle is a pro-Israel lobby. Really? It's always that straightforward, huh? The American Israel Public Affairs Committee. That's crazy. Top contributor by a massive margin there. Look at that, 1/3 That's just, it's like so obvious. It's so straightforward. Jesus Christ. Top industries, securities and investment, pro-Israel, real estate, lawyers and law firms, and retired. Nice. That's awesome. That's that's just truly the fucking Captain Planet of Hitlerites, you know, right there. Military industrial, Zionist, housing, law firms, boomers. All touching their rings together to form Adolf Hitler. Meanwhile, isn't it legal in the States to carry a swastika? I don't think that symbols should be illegal. I think that behavior should be, you know? The problem is that, like, the anti-Semitism is a real issue that has nothing to do with Zionism. Literally, just flat out, like complete disconnect. But all the institutions interested in defending Jewish people really just care about Israel. They don't give a fuck about Jewish people, like not at all. Have you ever thought about how much it's damaging both the like livability and reputation of Jewish people as a group in the United States to be made the like scapegoats of a genocide? Like everything that's happening, the crackdowns on free speech, the crackdowns on the protesters, the insane behavior from our politicians, the billions given to Israel to perpetuate a genocide, all of it like with fingers pointed directly at American Jews and Israeli Jews, of course, but American Jews too, going like, hey, yeah, we're doing this for you. You know, and then if you're Jewish and you speak out against it, you either get ignored or called a bad Jew. So like, yeah, it's so fucked. Like for actual Jewish people, you know, the vast majority of Zionists are lunatic Christian, you know, liberals or conservatives. Yeah, it's super anti-Semitic. How do I join these protests? You find a protest and then you walk over to it, and then congratulations, you've joined it. What if I'm a cop? Do I just stand there? No, then you're supposed to leave. All right, what is all this? Oh, yeah. You guys keep linking this. Kristi Noem describes executing puppy she, quote, hated in new book. The South Dakota governor describes killing an unruly hunting dog in an excerpt of her upcoming book obtained by The Guardian. Nice, nice. If there's anything politicians should avoid saying in public, it's that they murdered a perfectly healthy puppy. You know, thank you, Rolling Stone, for delivering these scathing political insights. You know, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't have put that one together on their own, but, you know, now that I think about it. Dog had an aggressive personality, had fun chasing birds and going out of their mind with excitement. Began terrorizing chickens. I don't know why I'm reading all this. Like, so she killed the dog, you know? We love animals, but tough decisions like this happen all the time at a farm. Sadly, we just had to put down 3 horses a few weeks ago that have been in our family for 25 years. Aren't those really old horses? If you want more real, honest, politically incorrect story. I see you all are upset at my book where I talk about murdering a puppy. Well, if you want more real, honest, and politically incorrect stories that'll have the media gasping, make sure to pre-order that book. Remarkable stuff, really. When I say I got that dog in me, I mean Kristi Noem wants to kill me. Jesus Christ. It's probably just like an audience mismatch, you know? Because most people who work on a farm or have anything to do with farming are pretty desensitized to just like killing animals. Also, in fairness, you guys eat meat. Just pointing that out, you know? You guys fucking you constructively engage in systems that lead to the slaughter of an ungodly number of animals, okay? But with that being said, like people who are on farms like have dealt with a lot of animal death, so it's probably more like the, you know, city types. I don't know how many Republicans are going to be put off by that. I am on my own, Captain Nephilim, or Nephilim. Nah, even farmers love their dogs more than that. Well, that's not very morally consistent. Okay, but dogs have souls. Cows have souls. Yeah, I saw Ben Gavir was in a car wreck. Oh, here's the thing that was linked. That, I said I saw discourse about on Twitter. Get ready for a fucking tone whiplash. Plus, I'm tipsy now. This is a really good opening thumb, you know? Like the first frame. This is a very strong opener here.
I date trans women because I'm from the future.
Good lord.
Yeah.
So loud.
I like my women like I like my undershirts, tucked. And
I think so. A natural part of trans people, and I guess trans women specifically, being normalized in mainstream media, is that you're going to get stand-up comics treating them the same way that they've treated cisgender women for like 100 years. You know what I mean? Like you're going to get the same corny ass fucking you know what I mean? Like that is normalcy, right? Like that is like, you know, that is the progress, I think. I actually haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen up to this point in the video. I saw a discourse about it and I didn't see it on stream because
dating trans women, it's helped me evolve. It's helped me learn. I was with this gal, and she was using different terms for things that I had never really heard of or thought of before. We're back at my apartment, and we're making love, you know, from behind, doggy love, and... And
is it legal to be a stand-up comedian without being that particular kind of cringe? Is that allowed? Like, what, do they, like, shoot you? Is it, like, you have to buy in, or there's, like, a limit that you have to meet? It's in the contract? Yeah, there's, like, a minimum point. Stavros exists? Yeah, I guess. I probably shouldn't judge. It's not like I'm not cringe, you know? That's what the sniper was for. Yeah. I think it's like a hyper self-deprecation thing. Was that self-deprecatory?
And she goes, yeah, fuck my pussy. And I was like,
oh man, dude. This is what integration feels like. You know? It's all coming together now, you know? This is what it looks like to win. I think it's cute. Well, it's like the jokes that people have made about cis women, right? You know? Like it's like that. It's just normally, because normally when you hear jokes about trans women, the joke is that you're actually a guy, or if you're hearing jokes about trans women from trans women, they're usually like either grandiose lesbian self-adulation or self-deprecation, you know? That's usually where it goes. Sorry, I'm filling the tulip glass again. I feel like this could be done well, but this guy's just a little weird. Well, I'm not really critiquing the comedy. I just saw discourse. I'm just, you know, I'm...
Oh, that's fine. She calls her ass a pussy. Okay, all right.
Why is there a white line around the thingy now? Why is there a white... Okay, I don't know why that was there.
She calls her ass a pussy. Okay, all right. Hey, okay, I'm fucking your pussy. You know?
People also... why does it keep doing a white line when I hit pause? Why? Stop that. Don't do that, okay? That's not new at all, okay? If you're with, like, a subby chick or whatever, you can call her mouth a pussy, too. They're into that.
And then she was like, yeah, suck my girl dick. And I was like, that's a bit of an oxymoron, but...
Oof. Oof. There you go, guys. Normalcy. We got it. That's just the old trans jokes again. I wonder if his girlfriend vetted this. You coward, stop pausing them out. I can only handle so much of it at once, okay?
Who am I? You know? And then she said one that came really out of left field. She goes, yeah, lick my clit. And I was like, well, now I'm fucking confused, lady.
Okay, aside from the girl dick thing, this really is just like standard shitty male comedy about It's the exact same, right?
And then I was like, oh my God, trans women are women, because I can't find the clit on them either.
That one was okay. Oh, was that the closer? Oh, there we go. Nice. The last one was okay. Is it kind of hackneyed, TBH? Yeah, it's pretty hackneyed, you know. I feel like this could be workshopped to be better. Yeah, probably, you know, probably a little bit. The last one was okay. The only good joke was the tucked one. I feel okay, my problem with the tucked one wasn't even the structure of the joke. It was like what it was implying. You like your trans woman like you like your undershirts tucked. So what do you have them wear like assless underwear? When fucking, you know? I don't know. Doesn't like the bulge, I guess. Yeah, imagine dating someone with a dick and not liking bulges, you know? What are you doing? I don't know. Probably too much discourse on that. There wasn't malice in the comedy. No, I didn't feel like there was malice, really, you know? Yeah, Vosh, I can imagine the same kind of joke structure about fucking a fat chick or something. I mean, maybe the issue is just with stand-up comedy in general. I don't know. I feel like almost every time I see clips of stand-up comedy that are posted to social media and I don't know anything about the person doing them, I almost always go like, this is really cringe. And of course, I think like, oh, well, I could do better. I don't know that I could. Does sucking girl dick on a trans girl make you gay? Welcome to your first day in chat, emissary. You know, you're 12 years old, judging from that question. So, you know, you probably shouldn't be asking that. But the answer is no. I'd suck a girl dick on a cis woman, TBH. I think a lot of guys would, and therein lies the hypocrisy, I would say. You know, therein lies the dilemma that a lot of people want to draw attention to. You should do some stand-up about bottoms. Maybe the issue, how do I put this? Maybe the issue is that it seems like whenever people make jokes about the group of people that they're attracted to, the jokes they make are always these like callous zingers. When maybe what real comedy in that vein should be like almost self-debasingly intimate, but still kind of mocking. You know what I mean? Like more of like a lesbian approach towards this, like because you know you couldn't like you can imagine like, well, how do you like roast X group of people when you're doing a stand-up like Louis C.K.? No, not like no. Louis C.K. is the farthest thing from sapphic as you could possibly get. No. Okay? Like Bo Burnham? Yes! Bo Burnham, known woman. Perfect example. Thank you. Bo is a lesbian. Yes, Bo is a lesbian. Mm-hmm. Who's Louis C.K.? I envy you. Have you watched Inside yet? Yeah, well, didn't that come out years ago? Yeah. Anyway, he's a lesbian, yeah. Lesbians are so cool, what the heck? I feel like when men make fun of women and women make fun of men, there's a lot of performativity that goes into them distinguishing one from the other. You know what I mean? Like when men make jokes about women, it's about how different women are. And when women make jokes about men, it's about how different they are. And I feel like the better joke that you could make would be about how they're bad, but the same as you, right? If that makes any sense. Like for instance, like you've probably noticed this, some of you more like, you know, media savvy types, but when I make fun of bottoms, I'm almost always making fun of them for stuff that I do too. Like overwhelmingly, the jokes that I make at their expense are at least to some extent, like an acknowledgement from me, you know? Like when I say women like to be crushed into small cubes or women love to be pissed on, what do you think? Like this isn't like a completely one-sided communication, you know? It's like a pretty obvious indication, if nothing else, that I talk to enough of them that I understand what's wrong with them. You like to be pissed on every day from chat. It's all I get from you people. Yeah, that's what I meant. You're not even drunk this time? Yes, what do you want from me? Is that cider? Yes. When you point a finger, 3 are pointing at yourself type deal. Yeah, it's like... Good, Vermin, do it. Okay, like, how about this, okay? Like, let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an example, okay? So let's say you were going to make fun of trans women. Easy target, right? They're cringe. they're very cringe. Low self-esteem for a lot of them because they spent their entire lives feeling bad about themselves. So easy target, right? And you can make a joke, like let's say you make a joke about like impotence or whatever, right? You know? Now I feel like there are 2 ways you can make that joke, like there are 2 directions that you can make it, and I feel like one of them, which wouldn't really be that funny, would just be a very straightforward, like, haha, like, they're less impotent than me, like, you know, I have a bigger dick, whatever, like, some stupid, boring, you know, like, something like that, right? It's very common. That, to me, always reads as kind of like, you know, how do you approach, like, from the comedic element, like, the chaser behavior, you know? But a lot of guys make jokes about how they themselves have trouble getting hard if they're like drunk or nervous or whatever. Like, if you could incorporate that, if that makes any sense, right? Like, oh, haha, they're funny because of this, you know, whereas I, on the other hand, am only like that when this, you know? Vosh, how do you feel about the water source? What is wrong with you guys? Genuinely, I'm sorry. My apologies, okay? I was actually trying to communicate a point here. I see you guys are infinitely more entertained by the incredible revelation that, you know, I may have at some points on stream indicated, you know, that I have a slight water sports fan. It's every time with you people, you know? You're like 5-year-old. Pepe posting, he's only, this is the 87th time it's come up during a stream, you know? It only came up in every previous single time that he got drunk or did a Okay Buddy Vow stream or whatever else. Always with the Pepe posting. My God. I hadn't heard it before, Lamau. That's because you're not a true fan. Okay, Kiwi TP? Frankly, and I'm a little bit shocked. Tier 2 sub and you hadn't heard. Okay, honestly. Ridiculous. So this trans girl is terrible getting it up, so I let her borrow some of my Viagra. Yeah, exactly, something like that, you know? Maybe I just don't like how stand-up comedy normally, I don't know, is normally structured. Stand-up is very cringe 99% of the time, but I could do it good, actually. I could do it good. Trans girls take Viagra. I mean, sometimes anyone can, if you want to, for fun. Haven't you always been pretty harsh on self-deprecating comedy, though? There's a difference between self-deprecating comedy, where the joke is, like, at your expense, and self-deprecating comedy where the joke is that you suck. And that latter type of joke is wretched and for losers, and you should never do it. Don't do it with friends. Don't do it with strangers. Don't do it while doing stand-up. Stop it. It's not funny. Nobody likes it. It doesn't make you relatable. It makes you contemptible. Okay? Stop it. For a long, long time, way too many people, like, it's like this normalization that the only way that you cannot be conceited in a public space is by being performatively down on yourself. And then people who actually are somewhat confident get thought of as being, like, overly boastful. It's insane, honestly. I felt so much better after stopping that shit. It is bad for your soul. It is just bad for your soul. I unironically stopped it after you made that video a while back. It's so important, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Well, that's probably better, 2D Siggy. I love this cider. Huh? Did you show them the art? No, I didn't. Yeah, the cider that I'm drinking, by the way, is from a distillery, a brewery, whatever it's called, in Seattle, called Slightly Furry. And it's a fucking furry brewery. Look at that. Come on, how crazy is that? Got some good ass shit too. I feel like in good stand-up, you should never be able to guess where the joke is going. It should always be an interestingly told roller coaster of a story where the punchline catches you off guard from a direction you didn't expect. Yeah, to a large extent. And you kind of know where a lot of this comedy is going to go to because you know that, like, any comedy about a woman from a man or about a man from a woman, like, there are always, it's just always, like, the same few tropes that get played on, you know? I like espresso martinis fine, but I wouldn't, like, drink that to get drunk, you know? That's kind of a wacky one. The I hate my bitch wife stuff. Yeah, to an extent. It might also just be because, like, I don't know. It comes across kind of trite, I guess. If the joke is like in the stand-up that we just looked at, that like minute and a half, you know? The joke like I can't find your clit, we're calling an ass a pussy. These are like, I know that this is like normie friendly content here, but if you talked in any kink space or any space where people are even remotely sex positive for like 2 minutes and it's made a comment like that, you'd get laughed out of the room, I guess. So it just, I don't know. It betrays like a remarkable, I don't know. Yeah, just like, it's just such like a normie take. Yeah, I don't know. It's silly. Would you get stage fright if you did stand up? I don't really get nervous in front of crowds. Yeah, all the time, unorthodox monkey. Gay men do it pretty often, you know? Why not? What was the discourse of the stand-up guy? It was kind of the same as, do you remember those porn ads for the OnlyFans where the gorgeous trans lady and that muscular guy in the black cowboy outfit was like, 5 things they don't tell you about trans women. They're lovely lady. That whole thing or whatever I don't remember. It's been a while, but like that basic that, you know, it was, the discourse was like that where some people are saying this is like exploitative and rude or whatever, and like you know, not good for representation, and the other half was saying like, well, actually this is how you get normalized as a woman, right, by like being the subject of this behavior. He wasn't being a chaser, he was being, I'm not getting into the definition of a chaser, okay? People argue about this indefinitely. It's fucking, they're super nice when your dick goes soft. Yeehaw. Yeah, imagine like believing a trans woman couldn't be mean to you for being for having erectile dysfunction, okay? They're perfectly capable of being mean. Trans women call anyone that would fuck them a chaser? No, they don't. No, they don't. People on Twitter say that, okay? Actual IRL trans people are normal people who are usually delighted by compliments, like spending time with other people, and like it when you're nice to them. Same as every other human alive. On Twitter, everything is all, you know, be very, very careful about narratives that you form about entire groups of people based on the behavior of people on Twitter. You know, it's a whole other environment. Chasers have a specific look as well. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but, you know. Man, this is some strong cider. Oh boy. I'm not looking, Kowalski. Is this a good trans joke? Look, pardon me for being a downer on cisgender people, but if you want good trans jokes, okay, 99% of them are being made by doomer 27-year-old like TTTT brain poison dipshits who are trans women on Twitter, okay? If you want good jokes about trans people, go to trans people. Like, if you wanted good jokes on black people, you wouldn't go to a fucking white person. You would watch the Boondocks, where black people write the jokes, and you would go like, wow, I can't say any of these in polite society. And that's what you get, you know? That's how it is. But at least now you know what the jokes are. And you can do that too. It feels like Maury Everman. Hold on. Every once in a while, I like to look at YouTube chat to see if anyone is being annoying enough to warrant getting struck down from the heavens, and I did find someone this time. Says Vosh, who speaks about the entire trans community as if we're all terminally online transbians. No, I don't. I talk about Twitter like that. You're not all like that. Just a lot of you. There's definitely a tendency, okay? Talking in YouTube chat is kind of lonely. That's what the website was made for. That's why the website is here. That's why it's here. Thank you, Bongdai. And thank you, Chimera Moth. I'm glad you like the shirt. I got it just the other day. I'm very happy with it. I ironed it just this morning. Dude, I took like 2 hours to clean my computer earlier today, and holy shit, normally just the effort of streaming makes it blast hot air out the top, and right now it is dead silent. I can't believe I took so long to clean it. Holy shit, it's so nice. Unbelievable how nice it is. The Radical Dino, I can't go back. I don't have the time. I can't look right now. It'll just make me long. It'll make me long. Stand up and show off all the fit. There's not much to show. I mean, I'm just wearing these and the shorts that I've been wearing. Like, they're so similar in color that they almost look like a romper, you know? But I like this because it's draped twill, you know? Yeah, it's like a military preferred fabric, so it has that, like, yeah, Boy Scout kind of look to it, where there's like a bit of a rumple, you know? Latin revolutionary skin. Well, most of the clothes that I've been buying lately have been classic menswear, and that means military derived in a lot of cases. Nice try, Ep Silver, but I'm not looking at links right now. Aussie Outback Core, yeah. Safari stuff is also military derived in a lot of cases. You want stuff that's durable but also lets you sweat, you know? I don't like the colors. Yeah, no, I agree, but I'm just wearing the shorts for comfort. Have I seen Baby Reindeer yet? I don't know what you're talking about. Bunch of tornadoes all over Nebraska. Fun. Nice. Only if they fit properly, I dress like your grandpa. Do you water cool your PC? I think so. Yeah, I mean, it's got a coolant system. Exactly 3 euros, Bill. That's what I'm wearing, just a short sleeve version. I have a long sleeve white one as well. Gotcha, Vermin Hands. I'm not likely to watch any shows that are sad. I don't like watching sad shows. If I watch a show, I want it to be a happy show. I don't want to watch a sad show, you know? Nuh-uh. Nope. Sad show is called the news. Maybe it makes you sad, okay? For me, it means big moolah. Yeah. Yeah. Craft brewers in fashion, almost going full Seattle hipster. If you think Seattle hipsters dress like this, JS23, it shows how little you know about the city, okay? Everyone in Seattle just wears fucking puffer jackets and vests. It's sickening, okay? Sickening. I hate it. Not enough flannel? They barely even wear flannel. Yeah, the closest you get is like grunge, and even then... I thought puffers were East Coast. Puffers are everything. What's your weight, bro? You look skinny as fuck. Probably like 215. I don't know. Chuds are turning on Stellar Blade. Oh yeah, I did see this. This guy's been trying to lead the Gamergate 2 revolution, by which I mean he posts on Twitter nonstop. He used to work at Blizzard. He was the guy who's never played Warhammer, but he said Warhammer is being destroyed because of the Custodes and everything. It's that guy, you know. He's out here with every single like video games are being taken over by SJWs. Remember Stellar Blade, that Korean game where all the girls look like sex dolls? Apparently, they're saying it's gone woke because it made an outfit less revealing and made the pussy lips less visible through clothing, and also got rid of an incidental graffiti saying hard next to the R beginning in a word. So it was like hard R, but then they changed it because it turns out that hard R has implications in English that you might not know if you're, say, a Korean studio. You know, when viewed from a specific angle. So they changed it to just this graffiti in the background. And they also made an outfit less revealing. Anyway, so this guy's been freaking out about it. I thought Stellar Blade was supposed to, like, save gaming, you know? Should cancel pre-orders because they're censoring it. This was hyped as the sexy, uncensored anti-woke game just to be the same. Which hard R did this? Glad I waited on purchasing the game. They almost had me by this much. Whoa! That's a hate symbol. This is a hate symbol. You can't say that about a Korean game from a Korean studio. We can't buy censored games to fight censorship. Dude, Hitler is rolling in his grave, man. These are his strongest soldiers. Like massively hyping up a Korean, like, what is it, gotcha game? I don't know, some fucking Korean game because it's got like sex doll ladies, but then one of the outfits is less revealing, so they're fighting. Now they're mad at that, you know? It's really, really funny. I don't even know if it's a gotcha game. I might just be assuming that because it's from Korea. The outfit wasn't censored, that was fake too, and they fell for it. I don't even care enough to investigate the claim. It's so fucking stupid. I'm not looking into it. I don't care. Let's just assume that Stellar Blade is being made by extremely woke activists, and all of this was a deliberate loop-de-loop, you know? Trying to take you fucks for a ride, and it worked. It's not. I think it's a Souls-like. Save your money, buy another Crab's Treasure, buy the good stuff. It's a Souls-like. Can you imagine playing like a gotcha game Souls-like where you're doing draws on like good weapons and stuff? It's like, oh man, another Claymore. And it's like, whoa, Zweihander. And it only took like $27 to get all the like keys that you need to open the chest that you get from doing your adventuring or whatever. Nothing says ultimate Western cultural hegemony, the radical dino, like people in China on the other side of the Great Firewall, complaining about DEI. It's crazy, dude. You just know right now that there's some, like, reactionary fucking 17-year-old boy with a bowl cut in North Korea who thinks that black people are at fault for why his family doesn't have rice that evening. Like, you know for a fucking fact. American cultural hegemony reigns. God. Yeah, les wokism moment. Oui, oui. North Korean incels next. I wonder how much inceldom is an issue in North Korea. North Korea is kind of like its own universe in a lot of ways, right? Like, it's probably pretty walled off. I don't really know what their issues are. Like, okay, I know about the political repression, the authoritarianism, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I don't know what their issues are with regards to, like, gender role stuff. I don't know if we could get any kind of reliable information on that. It's not like the government lets us do polling. Do they have an internet? No, right? Are North Korean citizens disallowed from accessing? First of all, they obviously can't access the broader internet. But don't they not even have, like, much of a local net? Like, they might have some very basic P2P stuff, but I don't know if they have, like, an internet. They have an intranet at unis. I guess that makes sense. You would still want to communicate information between universities. Intranet, that's wild to think about. Eh. They can use internet with special permissions per Wikipedia. Well, it's probably like an Osama bin Laden deal, right? where like he had a bunch of anime porn on his hard drive. You know, it's like, yeah, if you're like a general, you know, or you're like a really high up dude in North Korean society, then you get to look at all the like furry gooner big titty monster girl porn. They use their own OS, and it's called the Red Star OS. That fucking rules, dude. Hell yes. I'm sorry. Did they just like steal a Macintosh computer from a fucking ship and like Look at it! Dude, look at the fucking calendar in iMovie. Or sorry, not iMovie, Red Star movie. Oh my god. Looks like Linux. It looks like a Macintosh, okay? I don't know what you fucking Linux people are doing, okay? This looks like a goddamn iMac. This looks like an iMac circa like 2010 or something. Yeah, 2008 or something. That is funny. Linux has themes, and this would be the Mac theme. I don't know why you guys are getting so fucking defensive right now, okay? You can admit that Apple has pretty good, like, UI design if you want, okay? That's fine. Okay, this is Red Star 3.0, and Red Star 2.0 just looks like Windows XP. Wait, is this... No, this isn't even XP. This would be like 98? This looks older than XP, doesn't it? This Windows 2000. Yeah, Windows 2000. I love how shameless it is. Yeah. 95 at least. Ah, man, however far back it goes. Okay, here's Red Star 1.0. Red Star 1.0 almost looks newer than Red Star 2.0. That's crazy. Somehow 1.0 looks like XP. So we went from XP to 2000 to a Mac computer. Gotcha. Yeah, the OS family is Linux based, and so I guess they're just changing like the aesthetic. The logo is baller though. Kind of difficult to like write out though, right? I mean, I guess you can do calligraphy, but actually like making the logo, if you wanted to draw it out properly, that's a lot of effort. Looks like something from Dragon Ball. True. What's special about the OS? Is it more restricted? Well, they needed to have their own because they want the government to control it and make their own alterations. I mean, I assume it's, you know, they... Oh yeah, here we go. The operating system comes pre-installed with a number of applications that monitor its users. If a user tries to disable security functions, an error message will pop up on the computer or the OS will crash and reboot. In addition, a watermarking tool integrated into the system marks all media content with a hard drive serial number, allowing the North Korean authorities to trace the spread of files. The system also has hidden antivirus software that is capable of removing censored files that are remotely stored by the North Korean Secret Service. There is a user group called Administrator in the OS. Users do not have root access by default, but they are able to elevate their privileges to root by running a built-in utility called root setting. However, provisions are made in kernel modules to deny even root users access to certain files. Fucking what? And extensive system integrity checks are done at boot time to ensure these files have not been modified. Huh. Yeah, every time you turn on your computer, it takes 3 minutes to boot because there's some guy at like a Secret Service office in North Korea manually examining your core files to make sure they haven't been altered. Do you think there are North Korean furry gays? I'm sure. Life finds a way. Seattle cop accuses Chief Diaz of predatory behavior and grooming. 4 female Seattle police officers notified the city on Thursday they intended to sue for sex discrimination, harassment, and hostile work environment. They're asking for $5 million in damages. Allegations of harassment extend to the chief. Chief Adrian Diaz seemingly engaged in predatory and discriminatory behavior, wrote Sumir Singla, attorney for the 4 women. Singla is a former assistant city attorney for Seattle and provided counsel to the police department. Huh. Specifically, Diaz appeared to show interest in Officer Valerie Carson, Singla wrote, beckoning her for long chats at the end of her work shift in public affairs. Diaz also commented on Carson's dress and high heels, according to the tort, and asked her to drive alone with him on New Year's Eve 2020. Carson, uncomfortable, asked that his security detail be present. Holy shit! How uncomfortable do you, as a police chief, have to make one of your officers that they don't feel comfortable riding with you in a car, the thing cops do most of all, you know, like, gee, like how bad do you have to be acting to ask her, like, hey, yeah, drive with me, and she's like, can we have other people there? Like, yeah. The chief also offered to do handiwork at Carson's house. She declined. You gotta take a hint, man. Also named as a possible defendant is Rebecca McKinney, who works in human resources at the SPD. According to the tort, McKinney blamed the women when they complained. You just got mad because you don't like being told what to do, McKinney said to Officer Spencer, according to the tort. To Officer Gulpin, McKinney allegedly said she should act, quote, like a puppy. Seattle transbian puppy girl discourse operating at the highest levels of the local jurisdiction, you know? You can't, this is what happens when you have a city that's like 30% trans women, okay? Jesus Christ. Around John O'Neill to anticipate his needs so she could be fed by him, okay? McKinney also told Gulpin to smile more often and stop oversharing when asked how she's doing, okay? I mean, none of this is a surprise to me because Seattle Police Department are infamously bad. So, yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, we'll see if anything happens. Even then, that money will just come out of, like, the taxpayer's dime. I've seen Drake Bryn, yeah. Yeah. LAPD has an actual gang problem. Yes, LAPD is worse than SPD, in my opinion. They have to be. Vosh, I can't open this fucking Slim Jim. What's that image of the like femboy trying to pick up a milk jug from the ground and he's like, somebody fucking help me. Like that, that's you, except you're like trying to open the Slim Jim. Yeah, spilled my jice. Isn't that just Finn? Finn probably couldn't open a Slim Jim, yeah. Oh, man. God damn, dude.
Oh no.
We watched it touch down about 200 yards over there, and then we went to get shelter. And we came, but we could hear it going through.
Why are you so quiet?
Our fence was gone, and we looked over to the northwest, and the whole neighborhood's gone.
The whole neighborhood just to the north of us? is pretty flattened, and some of the cul-de-sacs, people in our immediate neighborhood seem to be safe, but there's been a lot of loss and a lot of fire and rescue trying to retrieve what they can.
Who dilly? Oh, well, I say, who dilly? Man, I sure am glad I don't live there. Maybe don't live there. That's what I'm gonna say to all the Indonesian people who fucking drown to death when climate change raises the sea level by 1 foot. The West Coast mind cannot comprehend. Well, neither can the East Coast mind. You know, this is like middle America stuff, you know? Can you tank a tornado? Yeah, the secret to surviving a tornado, okay, is pull your arms in flat so you have, like, the least surface area possible, and then just, like, lay down, and you'll be fine. Vosh, you do realize the Cascadia megaquake is right around the corner, right? Yeah, which is a problem for you if you're a fucking moron. If an earthquake happens, just jump, idiot. Okay? This is like Pokemon logic, okay? What is an earthquake gonna do if you jump? Oh, something's moving underneath me. Okay. I jumped. Idiot. But there's also a tsunami. Look, most of Seattle is pretty high up off the seafloor, okay? We're fine. Or the sea level. Yeah, just swim, idiot. Honestly. God. Gotta do so much thinking for you guys. What the hell? I opened Twitter to look at a thing and... What? From a decade ago. Seattle doctor accused of sexting during surgery. Was sexting even a term a decade ago? Was it? I feel like it must have been a relatively new term back then, right? Yes? Yes, boomer? What do you mean, yes, boomer? I remember when the term was invented. It wasn't around when I was like 10, okay? Like, I know, like, at some point that term got normalized. The Anthony Weiner thing popularized it. When did that happen? When you were 10, it was 2004? Yeah, and I don't know what point exactly that term was normalized, okay? How did people know? Was he bragging? Can you imagine getting in trouble because a patient of yours dies because you're sexting during the surgery, and then in the deposition, your texts come up, and it's the most embarrassing shit you've ever sent anyone because you had to do it quickly because you were doing a surgery. So it's the most, like, hackneyed, cringy flirting, like, anyone's ever seen, you know? And it gets read out loud to the jury. Yeesh. Ooh. I killed myself. Yeah, petition to humanize the United States judicial system by offering defendants a cyanide pill, just like there at the stand, for use whenever they want. Really, like they should have an out to the whole thing. Never send anyone anything you don't want read in court. Yes, but at the same time, also, don't be afraid to be cringe with the people you care about, okay? You have to balance both, okay? You need to live your life with your head held up high, okay? If somebody's like, yo, this you, and it's like a bunch of cringingly adoring texts or sex that you send somebody you care about, you need to look them back with your head held high, okay? All right? You need to say, yes, that is me, actually. And I love them. Thank you. All right? You need to, don't be afraid to live. I mean, the real advice is just don't sext while performing surgery. You know, if you're good, if you could, if you couldn't, you know, yeah. Yeah, impossible standards with these people. You know, you give them an inch, they take a mile. Did your frequency just read dog levels? Look, it's all the Seattle dog girls, okay? Hear them barking at night. What about Chicago, girl with a guitar? Chicago's got a lot of those people, you know? Those people. Is there even politics to cover? There's always politics to cover. Actually, hold on, lest I forget. Hold on. Biden. Yeah, this is actually a massive deal. The Biden administration has banned non-compete's YouTube channel. Luna Oi promises reprisal as the Vietnamese Navy mounts a counterattack. No. Non-compete agreements. Setting up legal showdown with business groups. So, for those of you who don't know, in a lot of industries, and sometimes in like a weird number of industries, it's not that uncommon where there's a clause in a contract where if you leave your job, if you're fired or you quit or whatever else, you can't work for another company in that industry for a time. This is often in tech companies, but I've seen it employed in a lot of companies, and oftentimes they're used in a very, very abusive way, because it's basically saying, you only have us. Like, if you leave this job, no matter how bad this job is, if you leave this job, you won't be able to get work elsewhere, because, I mean, what are you going to do, right? Like, this is your field. You're gonna go work at a fast food place, right? Like, well, if you're working in like a profession that has like a pretty high technical bar, they do it in fast food. Yeah, yes, that has happened. Yes, there have been, though often these are overturned by the courts, but only after being challenged, which can be expensive and time consuming. There have been instances of people enforcing non-competes on conventional service labor jobs. Literally like, oh, you don't like this job at Subway where your manager sexually harasses you? Well, I fire you, and you're not allowed to get work in any other low-paying job in the area because all of these other jobs are service work jobs. Like, there are some nightmare stories out there. Often the courts contest this, but again, like, you know, that doesn't necessarily solve the problem right up front. Dystopian? Yeah. Vosh, 1 in 6 U.S. food service workers and 1 in 5 agriculture industry workers have signed a non-compete agreement. The theoretical benefit of a non-compete agreement is if you're working in some like insanely technical job and you've been provided a lot of on-the-job training. The idea is if your company has trained you for years to be really, really good in this new field and you quit and you're like, I'm going to take all that knowledge and bring it to your competitor, that's the theoretical use case of the non-compete clause, right? But in practice, it's just a way of punishing people for leaving because then they can't find a damn job. So non-compete clauses need to go. They should not exist. They just should not, flatly should not exist, you know? This isn't like IP law, where I feel like there's some like, okay, there are some like edge cases where it's useful for smaller artists. No, just flatly, they should not exist.
Welcome back. The Federal Trade Commission has just voted to ban almost all non-compete agreements between companies and their employees. That new ban also applies to any existing non-compete agreements.
To break it down, the purpose of a non-compete clause is to restrict employees from finding new jobs at competing companies, both during and soon after employment. The policy is set to go into effect in August, but the U.S. Chamber of Commerce says it does plan to challenge.
Yeah, and sorry, the definition of competing company is pretty restrictive now, that literally all jobs are service worker, food job, or OnlyFans / live streamer. And now that those are the only two fields, basically everyone is competing with everyone.
Challenge this decision in court.
Joining us here on set to explain it all, Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning.
Good ass suit. Just off the cuff right there, like that. Very nice. Oh, you can it's got the sewn buttonhole here, you know. That looks real nice. Big lapel. I like that.
Editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Caleb, good morning.
We had
labor
an
groups say
idea.
that these policies basically keep workers from making more money or having the opportunity to go seek more money elsewhere. What do you make of that, and how will a ban like this change things for employees?
Well, for a lot of people that have to sign non-competes, and it's not everybody, but a lot of companies do enforce it, they could hop to another job at a better pay if they could just leave that job, but a non-compete prevents them from doing that. So the FTC has proposed this rule that says...
That's right. Up until now, non-compete, the YouTuber, has prevented... Sorry, this is a stupid joke.
It affects 18% of the workforce, or some 20-odd million workers, 30 million people actually, who can't job hop to get better pay. It also says it stifles innovation. If you can't leave from one job to another, companies can't innovate. You can't have new startups being formed because you can't leave your job and form your own company if it competes in the same field as your other company. So it says it's stifling job creation. It's costing more in healthcare costs. And it's keeping people in jobs that they don't want to be in for too long. That's why they proposed this rule.
Yeah, let's talk more about that. The FTC says it's stifling the job market, it's hurting the economy, but it keeps businesses from hiring essential employees. And right now we see just how great that need is with places struggling to hire. I mean, talk more about some of those.
Sure is cool how all of this is being framed entirely in the context of how it benefits businesses, you know? Which another reminder that from the perspective of a lot of people who discuss economics, literally everything is in the service of capital, with the idea that no one here in the opening discussion would be like, and it's pretty fucking weird that they can just keep you from getting another job, you know? Like, nope, it's not relevant, sorry.
Yeah, let's say you work at a restaurant, you're a chef at a restaurant in a small town and you want to hop to another restaurant. You could be subject to a non-compete. So you can't go and take your staff with you. That's part of the reason they do this. But it's also for executives in companies that may be exposed to trade secrets or working on projects that a competitor might want to get their hands on by hiring that team. There is a stipulation in this new rule, Section 5 of the FTC Act, that says for senior executives, those making $151,000 or more, it doesn't apply to them necessarily. And this is not a done deal by any means. The Chamber of Commerce, as you mentioned, is suing. They say you can't do this because companies need to protect their workers, their trade secrets, et cetera. But the FTC says there's ways around this. NDAs, non-disclosure agreements.
Yeah, we have NDAs. If you leave a job and you have access to like proprietary or confidential information, we already have NDAs. We already have a system for that. That's not new. NDAs are widely used. That's not like a niche little, you can just do that.
Ways to protect trade secrets other than just by keeping people in the same job, not allowing them to job hop.
It sounds like there might be quite a few people then in the types of industries, finance, things like that, that this is actually not going to apply to. So maybe it's not quite as big of a headline as banning them all.
Right. $151,000 is a lot of money. And those senior executives who are making that or more.
Absolutely. Caleb, are there any downsides here?
The downsides, if it does pass, is that, yes, the trade secrets that you may be working on, maybe you're working on autonomous cars, maybe you're working on a great recipe, you can't necessarily move that from one place to the other. That could hurt companies. The other downside...
NDA. That's just NDA, yeah.
That the Chamber of Commerce says is that you are making it tough for companies to compete. The FTC says this is anti-competitive. This is almost antitrust. This FTC, led by Lena Khan, has been pretty aggressive. This is the first time in 50 years that they've tried to do an economy-wide ban of a non-compete clause and really change the way companies operate. It's got a long way to go before it passes. And then if it does pass, it's going to take 120 days till it goes into effect.
Yeah, this is nowhere near done, but the Biden administration putting this forward is a huge deal and very, very, very welcome. Definitely makes up for the genocide of the Palestinians. I'm over that now. Yeah. It's not actually the, I'm sorry, that was, I hope that gets read with the sarcastic tone it was intended to carry. Yeah, that's people in chat were linking that there's been like another wave. This is a very classic like pre-election move where you start doing good things all of a sudden. You have to keep those in your back pocket, or at least the promise that you will. Biden issues new rules for airlines to require automatic cash refunds, prohibit surprise fees. That's just plain and simple. Nice, you know, kind of does what it says in the tin right there. Oh yeah, they even have a White House brief on it right here. Will save consumers over $500 billion every year in airline fees. Yeah, you know, it's good. Doesn't hurt. And then, of course, there's the restoring net neutrality bit, which we talked about very, very briefly. But yeah, just plainly good. All this is good, you know? But flying should be more expensive. It should be expensive, but consistent and reliable. We got more protections for temporary farm workers? No kidding. Hey, nice. Is this from the Biden? Oh yeah, from the Labor Department rule. Temporary farm workers will have more legal protections against employer retaliation, unsafe working conditions, illegal recruitment practices, and other abuses under a Labor Department rule announced Friday. Nice! Man, isn't it cool that Biden could have done a lot of this like years ago, and the only reason that he's starting all this now is because we're running up in the election? That's so cool. And I love having a system that incentivizes saving like a bunch of obvious reforms only for the for the last hurdle. Well, it shouldn't be subsidized any, I mean to say. Since they are so heavily. New rules on overtime. Man, they are laying it out. God damn, you're oversaturating the fucking Department of Labor business right now. Jesus Christ. A hard day's work deserves a fair day's pay. Our new rule will benefit millions of workers, including many who have been working 40-plus hours a week without any extra pay by ensuring they gain overtime protections or a raise in salary or compensation level. Huh. Who will become eligible for overtime pay under the final rule? Currently, $684 a week. Earning less than... Okay, so this benefits, like, the poorest people, it seems. Major student aid incoming? Listen, if he lays all this out and also does what he promised to do and deschedules marijuana, or at least pushes for it aggressively, and he might actually win back some of the voter favor that he lost with the whole, you know, genocide business. Well, that's nice, at least. $30 million Americans. You're not drunk enough, you caught a misspeak? I'm finding that I actually speak better if I'm at least a little bit drunk. Do you think these things would make up for the genocide? I think that the Palestinian infants who have been mulched by American-provided Israeli JDAMs, if they could speak and weren't dead, would tell you that everything that happened to them was worth it, as long as you get the debt for your underwater basket degree, or basket weaving degree, annulled, and you get slightly better worker protections. You know, I think they would say that. You know, all the little baby corpses up in heaven are saying, yes, we did this for you. That's what they're saying. Do you think this was always the plan, to hold these policies back until closer to the election? Yeah, of course. This happens every presidential administration. This happens every time. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's kind of fucked. I am in love with how this shirt drapes, man. I really, really, really like it. It really goes a long way, I guess, to the importance of quality materials. Voter attention span is measured in weeks. I don't really think that's true. I think it's true to an extent. I don't think that's fully true. What brand? Buck Mason. We saw that episode over. I opened up Twitter and the first thing that I see is people offering discourse in that goddamn trans guy thing. Man, why am I drawn to this? I don't know. Maybe it's because I dislike stand-up comedy so much. Also, this guy's name is Ian, so I feel implicated. Even if this is intended as pro-trans, it still reads as explicitly transphobic. Not sure how a trans girl could watch this and not feel a little sick. Probably because you and your ilk are a bunch of humorless ghouls. He's replying to everything. I know you've never had sex with a trans woman or any woman, but specifically trans women because we would see that hairline and get immediately triggered, throw some finasteride at you, and run in the opposite direction. What the fuck, lady? Let me suck your balls while you pat my dumb, bald head already. Yeah, because this is the most exposure he's ever had. Yeah, yeah. Cocky one, boing, boing. Now that's Riz, okay? Now that's Riz. Jesus Lamau, actual chaser comeback. Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to do the Stavros Halkias thing. Well, Stavros is beloved by trans women, so clearly there is a difference, you know? I don't really know. Stabby is funny. Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, that is a key difference. Terrible stuff, man. Do better. Hey, Dylan, do me a favor and suck my fat cock. Okay? With the wacky emojis. That's comedy gold. He has literally been on Come Down a bunch of times. This guy, 90 Day Finance? Or Stavros? Because I know Stavros has. Or do you mean the 90 Day person? Ian Fidance was on Come Down a few times and he was never that weird and lame. Oh, okay. Oh, so he has been on Come Down. So that's why he's acting like that. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, people didn't like this. I see. Most normal chaser. No one's having sex with you. This clip has made me a lesbian. My hot take is a trans. This really isn't offensive like at all recently. Or sorry, honestly. Huh. He looks like his cocky once boing boing. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Hmm. What's Cumtown's political orientation? Cumtown is politically left-leaning, but don't tell them or their fan base that. It's extremely edgy, but it's politically left-leaning. And that's largely because satire and irreverence are a... It's complicated. Yeah, left-leaning but retarded. There you go. I don't get why people are so mad it was just cringe humor. Well, they're probably mad because of the cringe humor, right? That kind of explains that. Red Scare for Men. Hard disagree. Red Scare and Come Town are totally different. Very, very, very different. Do you think he only wore an undershirt because he wanted to make the tuck joke? I wonder. Normally, I don't think a person would wear an undershirt if they had like a bowling shirt on like this, but didn't have it open, you know? I don't know. Nah, that's a look. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much the shirt is parted right here. I swear that's a bowling shirt. It is a bowling shirt. He honestly looks good with a receding hairline. People need to be normal about receding hairlines. You know they happen to most guys, right? Not everyone can be genetically blessed like me. Yes, I have perfect hair. Yes, I'm beautiful. Yes, I'm 6'2" and naturally strong. Yes, I have large hands and feet and a huge penis. Yes, I have a nice deep, but not everyone can. I think that you guys need to like calm down a little bit and stop holding men to unrealistic standards, okay? Like, come on. Come on. Honestly. Cope, any. 30 never turns to 40. I'm scared my mom's father went bald at 24. I don't want to go bald. Honestly, real talk, who gives a shit, okay? First of all, plug science shit has gotten way the fuck better. Science can fix your hairline. Second of all, who gives a fuck if you're bald? Just be bald. Who cares? Third of all, just get a wig. Seriously, wig science, incredible shit. Okay, like yeah, it's seriously not that big of a deal. People get so insane about like stuff they can't change, and I just don't get it. And a lot of other people like it's I don't know. Yeah, it's like does Anthony Fantano look like he's suffering massively in his day to day because he's bald? Like does that like he's a wretch, like no one speaks to him, he's like a leper? No, of course not. God. Kinda? Really? Yeah. It's a very sensitive issue for men, almost like penis sizes. Yeah. Being a full head of hair or bald is fine. It's balding that people should fear. I genuinely think that it would be so much better if people just took the attitude towards balding that like the fucking samurai did, okay? You guys need to get over yourselves, you know? I'm not even kidding. Like first of all, I don't actually think that this guy looks like bad at all. I mean, he looks the way he looks, and I don't think he looks bad, you know? A big part of it is confidence, and a big part of it is how you dress as well, like the way you communicate your appearance. Well, a lot of them also just had it, no wonder. I do think you could do some good comedy by subverting the expected humor around transness. Like you're expecting something transphobic, but then the joke is something entirely different. Look, it really depends on what audience you're going for here, okay? If you want normies to laugh about jokes at trans people, you could be pretty transphobic and get away with it, you know? Maybe it's because most of my friends are trans, so I'm thinking like, this is cringe to me and to them, therefore it's cringe broadly, I guess. But like, my thought has always been, if you're going to make a joke about a group of people, it should be funny to that group of people, right? Like, again, I make jokes about bottoms. My chat is full of bottoms. Bottoms laugh at my jokes because they're not like an entirely external thing directed or whatever. Like, there's enough understanding of what I'm making a joke about that it's like relatable or an acknowledgement or whatever, you know? Most of what people in a minority group want when people in the majority group make fun of them is to feel acknowledged and recognized and understood in that like being made fun of them. This is one of the reasons why in actuality, in day-to-day life, you can make a lot of jokes about black people as a white guy with black friends that are totally fine as long as those jokes indicate sympathy with the experience of being black in America. If you're in America. I don't know if that would pull in like Nigeria or whatever. But like, not only is that fine, but if it's done well, it'll make you more endearing than any white guy who tiptoes around the issue. Likewise with trans people, like if you're talking with trans people or trans friends or whatever, you will always be more like funny and relatable to those people, to those trans people, women, men, whatever, if you are non-binary people. If you make jokes about them that is like indicates understanding or sympathy or whatever else, right? Whereas if you just like kind of quietly never address the subject, that to them will always be a level of distancing because black people make jokes about black people and trans people make jokes about trans people. So my thought has always been, it's just kind of cringe if the joke doesn't land with the group you're making the joke about, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that tracks. Well, sure, weak sauce, but that's communication. Oh my God. I'm pretty drunk. How the fuck did that get 125k views, Tempest? Jesus Christ. Look at Tempest with a clout brain. It's almost like his fucking paycheck depends on how well the channel does. My God. The joke Vosh made about lesbian sex, talking for 4 hours and, to ask if you want to hold hands, has worked wonders in my friend group. Yeah, I know a lot of lesbians. I get the jokes. I get the tropes, you know? You could make a lot of jokes that I think are pretty funny, you know, broadly. I don't know. I don't know. What am I, a comedy lord, comedy master, you know? Far-right Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir injured due to car accident in Al-Ramla city. Rip Bozo? Nope, not Rip Bozo, actually. His car ran a red light. Yeah, apparently, according to these articles linked by SDL, he has forced his drivers to speed and run red lights for years, and cops refuse to ticket him. That's great. Man, Israel is such a good country, such a good, normal country. Pouring a drink. Who's Ben-Gvir again? Jitler. He's probably the most militantly far-right person on Netanyahu's emergency cabinet. "78 traffic offense convictions and has had his driver's license revoked on multiple occasions. But they just want to arrest him. Israeli police afraid to fine." God damn. Actual video of the collision. What? Cool. Dipshit. All right. Well, I'm drunk enough that I don't care about my YouTube performance metrics anymore. I'm going to read donos, play Tomb Raider, and also watch a specific YouTube channel, and not necessarily in that order. So if anyone here is interested in politics, politics, I hardly even know her. Get out of here. Go, skedaddle. Why does that video autoplay? I want to look at this channel. This is a men's suiting brand. They're very arrogant. They do, like, you know how modern suits are slim fit? They do, like, the absolute opposite of it, and they make all of their suits with, like, the drapiest drape cut imaginable. It's insane.
This is our signature Askoki jacket or suit, as it were, and trousers. So it's a classic Askoki trousers, classic high-rise trousers, pleated, of course, beautiful. And I'm wearing it with a jacket, an Askoki jacket, a classic jacket, made from the same cloth. Just a simple, beautiful, elegant, one-button jacket, which
he's shaped
of course,
like a
is part
bowler,
of
Tempest.
this suit. The fabric is a beautiful Irish linen. It's very rare that you see Irish linen done in a gun club, but I was so fortunate to find this.
Some of the shit they have, man, their suits are so fucking big. They're so big. Shut up. Look at them. I do really like how large they are. I do like it quite a bit. Very good shape in the suit. Yeah. Sometimes it goes like a little bit far, man. Oh, here's a very skinny person wearing it. Stop with the damn music, man. It still looks pretty damn good. Just like that super, super, like, high-waisted, you know? I don't even normally like, worsted wool. Makes him look like a toddler wearing a suit. I just think that's what happens when you're a young guy wearing a suit, you know? You can mute the tab. Yeah, but what if I want to listen to their voice? Hold on. He's always showing off these damn... Let me see if I can find...
Speaking about fit and comfort, the fuller chest, of course, allows you more room in the chest, and it's just generally more comfortable. Whereas a coat like this that is cut very, very close.
I've seen this one. Double-breasted jacket tips for men with large girth. I have that. Look, they're advocating for fucking...
So what is daytime formal wear? Daytime formal wear would be your morning dress, for instance, your morning suit. A shirt for a morning dress would be typically a regular dress shirt, such as I have on. There are those who wear their morning dress with a simple white shirt, and that is just fine. But the more traditional shirt for a morning dress is also a dress shirt, but it comes with a contrast collar. It comes with a white collar, and then the body of the shirt is done in some sort of a blue stripe, usually white and blue stripe, or plain blue. Again, the key thing there to note about daytime formal wear, especially for the morning dress, is that the shirt, one under it, looks like a dress shirt. It is a dress shirt. However, it is done with a contrast collar. A contrast collar meaning the collar is...
How do you guys feel about this? All this? How do you guys feel about this, like, extremely traditional style of assembling an outfit?
So if you had your Askoki trousers, for
I
instance,
love this one. This
the
suit.
waistband will be sitting just right about here, cut full with a high waist. So on this mannequin, this would be his waist, and the rise of the trouser would be just about that long or thereabout, forming this beautiful synchronous line between the jacket, as I have on, and my trousers. You can see from my trousers, yeah.
This is what suspenders are for, by the way, okay? When you saw, like, hipster bartenders at craft bars or whatever wearing suspenders with low-rise jeans underneath, like, some Oxford shirt or whatever, like, an abomination. This is what they're meant for, because you would never wear a belt with trousers up this high.
Sitting on my natural waist, and the waist of the jacket, the button, sits flush right here on my natural waist.
These are the suits constructed in such a way that you literally have to tuck your ties into your pants sometimes. It's crazy.
That I button it, there are no gaps either on top or beneath the jacket. And this is the way...
I'm never going to be able to afford to get a custom suit from these guys. I don't think I want to either. This might be so classic that it's like not even something that I want. You'd never wear it? Yeah, probably not. It's too formal. It's too classic. It's too formal. I don't know who that is. Paper Orchard.
We're all shaped differently. We come in different shapes and sizes, height, width, shoulder width, torso width, and so on and so forth. And the idea behind proportion and balance is to ensure that your garments are visually appealing. And how do you achieve this? You achieve this by manipulating.
Oh, Sean Zeno, these suits are lighter than the suits that people typically wear. Because these have so much fullness in the body, they dissipate heat a lot better than what people tend to wear. And also, how well something works in the heat mostly depends on the material and the weave. Like, you'd get tropical wool or whatever.
All the elements of your clothing, be it the jacket or the trousers or a coat or anything, or even a dress for women. You visually manipulate the proportions of your dress to suit your specific stature. And that's why we do bespoke, or that's why we go bespoke or custom. Because with custom or bespoke tailoring, you're able to better capture proportions or sort of portray your body.
I think this guy's day job, apart from doing this work, is that he's a banker, or he used to be a banker, so I guess it would make more sense that he would be concerned with always being dressed up super well. He's also clearly not American because of the accent, right? So I don't know where he lives.
A hat is just an elegant way to protect your head in the winter. And
Fosh, well, I would never diss a fashion tangent. Are there any other types of fashion besides suits? Just not my thing. Well, yeah, I normally don't talk about suits. It's just this YouTube channel is kind of funny for how drapey the drape cuts are. Oh, this guy? This guy's suits? I don't... They're probably pretty trash. He's just wearing like a suit he throws on, right? Like, look, you know, it's a joke, right? It's, yeah.
And so for the winter, you're looking at more winter fabrics like this silver belly. It's an animal fur, right? So of course the fur protects the animal from the elements. This is made from silver belly, which is from a specific type of animal. And so this is a perfect hat for the fall season. Very similar to this. This is also made from fur, rabbit fur.
Fascinating. Well, all right. Could have indulged myself enough. You talk about suits all the time? Yeah, but I don't really wear suits, so it's not a Mine too, be astounded. We've lost so much by becoming a hatless culture. True! The West will be overtaken by the East because over there at least they wear hats. Hold on. Apart from like the fucking Buck Mason lookbook, you know, a lot of the stuff that Die Workwear posts I enjoy quite a bit. Where is the lookbook? The journal? Is that what we're talking about? No. Vintage collection? No. Here, Spring 24 lookbook. I do like a lot of the stuff this company offers. I think it looks pretty darn good. Even stuff like their polo shirts look really good, you know? So much of it has to do with cut. I really think that the popularity of elastic materials has just destroyed a lot of fashion because it's almost impossible to appropriately fit something to the body if everything's just stretchy bullshit, you know? Don't you have that jacket? This one? Yes, I do. Get out of here. I'm already subscribed. God, the high waist looks so much better. Look at that. What do you think of this? A technical shirt? Columbia Sportswear. I don't know why. Well, this is sportswear. I mean, this is meant to be like flexible in an active environment. I don't really think it should be evaluated based on its fashion, you know? If it moves around like you want it to, then that's good. But if you're not looking to use it in an athletic context, then I would rather you know, get something else. The left looks terrible. This, you're delusional. Oh, that looks really good. The suede. Oh my god. That's the safari jacket. It looks so good. Ooh. Yeah, the safari jacket looks really nice. There are so many good items available right now. White pants scare the fuck out of me. Yeah, it's a risk. It's a risk. Rate this fit. Nobody ever links me rate this fit, and it looks good. It always looks like shit when people say rate this fit. Every time. Look at that, man. That paired with the high-waisted pants. Oh my god, and the pinstripe shirt. Holy shit, that looks nice. It looks really, really good. I don't like this one. Well, each their own. Look at that. They have a fucking $1,500 shearling pea coat. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at that. Just sickening. Oh, that's gotta feel good. Looks comfy. I mean, it's a shearling coat. It fucking better be comfy, yeah. Remember, women, the first thing women see is your silhouette, okay? Why would that make you self-conscious, no icons? This suede trucker jacket also looks really nice. That's not worth $700. The reason why leather jackets are so much more expensive than leather shoes is because shoes use a lower grade of leather. In order for you to have a high quality leather jacket, you need a cut of leather that extends across the entirety of the front torso here. Normally, when an animal is slaughtered for its hide, you know, like you can use scrap for shoes in a lot of cases because the shoes are smaller. But if you want a full panel, two of them, no, and the back too. The back is the largest one by far. The back is a solid, like, look at this, just a solid wall of perfectly treated, like, clean leather, you know? That's why they tend to be so expensive. Hence the cost of the shearling coat as well. This station jacket is suede, so it's also leather. Yeah, it's always worth remembering that leather does last, like, literally fucking forever. You know, it is good for that, if nothing else. They just have a really good aesthetic. You know, they did a collaboration that is just, like, really interesting. Look, the Eddie Bauer collaboration, they went with this, like, 40s flight, like Arctic flight clothing. Look at how he dresses. He's got this, like, he's got this, like, waffle knit like sweater turtleneck with these gigantic, look at that. Now, it is never cold enough in Seattle to wear this ever. Literally never. But yeah, this would be like if you live in the fucking northernmost fringes. But it's so cool. Look at, dude, look at this back silhouette. Look, fucking, you waiting in line at the bar, and this guy's in front of you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like Lighthouse Core, but hardcore Lighthouse Core, you know? Now, obviously, since this is meant for fashion, right? It's not like you could wear it when it's not 40 below, but still. They have the jacket too. Look at that. Oh my god. It's so nice. Very, very cool. With the loafers and the cuffed selvedge jeans. Oh my god, that looks so nice. This is Eddie Bauer, I assume. That guy is so hot. Yeah, he looks great. He looks great. Oh, you want to see something crazy? There was another item that came with that collection. Wait. It was in accessories. A scarf. A goddamn puffer scarf. I've never seen anything like this before. Look, it's a fucking puffer scarf. How cool is that? Come on. Come on. Is this not the hardest fit you've ever seen? Look at that. Oh my god. That looks tacky? No, this goes hard as fuck. This goes hard as shit. Absolutely, this goes hard as shit. Oh my god. Why is it puffy? Because it's meant to go with the other items we just looked at. Most luxury homeless guy fit. I think he looks phenomenal, personally. Also really liking this herringbone jacket he's wearing. I don't know where this is from. This might be like an older, out-of-season, like winter Buck Mason special. I don't know how comfy this is. Somebody asked if there's like a Buck Mason but less expensive. There are other like men's classic wear brands that you can find around the place. But I don't know. I think that Buck Mason is very well priced for its quality, and the quality is high. $125 scarf? Yeah, a specialty scarf. Yeah. It's fucking $100 for a t-shirt? No, it's not. Their basic t-shirt line is $45 per, which again, I think is fine. Again, like, keep in mind that people used to have like 5 outfits, okay? These are very high quality tees. All these clothes are high quality. I have some of these. They're kind of bland though, no? No. Everyone is so obsessed with like something that's flashy or whatever, you know? Which is dumb. Like, fit is king. And quality of the material matters a lot too. What kind of jacket is good for in between casual and formal? Well, there are lots. It really depends on what style you're going for. I like the slub t-shirts quite a bit, though I don't wear V-necks. The tough knits feel really, really good, but they're only in a few colors. I don't know anything about women's clothing, Toby. Though Buck Mason does have women's clothes. Buy one? These shirts? I already have some. Suggestions for fits or brands for guys with beer bellies? I don't think that guys with beer bellies occupy a distinct category of fashion. Clothing shouldn't be gendered. Well, I mean, it is, right? Women and men tend to want to wear different clothing. But also, there are body type differences to take into account. Can you show us some of the shirts you have from them? Sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, there you go. I wear their stuff really often. What I'm wearing right now at the moment is like from a military-derived fabric called draped twill. See? You see it a lot in like Boy Scouty kind of clothing. See, this is the exact item that I'm wearing right now at this moment. How much was it? You can find the hint on the page if you look. A lot of this stuff just can't really be appreciated from a distance because you're viewing me through a camera, but the way that this material fits and folds and is constructed is excellent. I don't regret it at all. People tend to spend a lot of money buying like 3 or 4 items of cheap clothing, and then they don't really care for them or wear them, but I like all of the things that I get from this brand. When I buy something from this brand, it makes me happy. You know, I look at it and I want to care for it. I want to like keep it with me, and have it like survive me wearing it, you know? Stuff like that. It brings me joy, basically. And it's because I can see the quality in the construction. It means a lot to me. Very Boy Scout fit right here. Lamau, I think it's normal to feel that way about stuff that you own, right? Like, I don't think that should be unusual. But hopefully just by looking at it, you can see the interesting construction. Look at that. Look at that patterning right there. That's the draped twill. Looks really nice. I think it's normal just the way you said it. I haven't cared about clothes for most of my life. I might be overcompensating a little bit now, but I definitely defend what, like, the basic premise of what I'm doing and advocating for, you know? Obviously, we're a while out from winter, but some of the items they have are just, like, sickeningly nice. Herdsman turtleneck? Look at that, like, look at that. Look at that. That looks really good. There's one I like even more, though, because I like a good cable knit. Just looks good. I like how all the models are 70 years old. One of the best ways to tell if a clothing brand is worth your time, if all of their models are like crazy hot giga muscular like super chads, it's probably not. They're selling you the image in their body, not the clothing. This guy's handsome, don't get me wrong. He looks really nice. But he's just a skinny dude. The reason why it looks this good, this sweater, is because of the drape and quality of the material. The reason this looks good is because of the clothing. That's why models tend to be skinny, like runway models, because their body's just meant to be like a clothesline you can hang the items off of, right? With minimal interference from a body's shape. And just looking at the clothes on their own without any like super muscular dude underneath, you can tell it's pretty good. It's pretty good. They're all lean and fit. Yeah, they are. But you can still assess the quality of the material because his body isn't interfering with it, you know? Like, again, looking at this, even if you were fatter, be honest with yourself, don't you think a fatter person would look just fine in this? I 100% do. I don't think that being fatter would in any way fuck with this. I think it would look totally fine, you know? Compare that to an Abercrombie ad? Yes, exactly. Compare this to how Abercrombie advertises its clothing, where all of the hunky models are just like standing there. And a lot of their clothes don't look good at all or impressive or anything. It only goes up to 2XL though. I mean, yeah, these clothes won't fit you that well if you're very fat, but keep in mind, I'm 6'2", 215, and I wear larges for most of these clothes. Is Abercrombie not good? It is, but in quality, it's nowhere near Buck Mason. There's definitely a big divide. Gotta find it yourself, little Odin. Scratchy wool, though? Oh, no, 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 I promise you. They're fine. Oh, I have one of these, a knit t-shirt. I have this specific color, in fact. I prefer it to be a bit tighter, though, myself. I think that the knitted shirts look really nice when they're tighter. Still nice. You can't really see the texture over a picture, but oh man, it is interesting. Really, really interesting. That subtle off-white. Yeah, they like their natural earthy colors here in Buck Mason. They like them a lot. Anyway, hopefully you guys understand my enthusiasm here. Or, you know, you understand where it comes from. I'd like to believe that I'm not engaging in normal consumerist slop. You know, I would like to believe that when I'm looking at this and making, you know, my enthusiasm stems at least to some extent from an authentic appreciation of the quality of the material. I wish I could afford to enjoy this. Well, think about enjoying the underlying principles, you know, about like drape and fit and everything so that you can apply those to whatever clothing you get. Because sure, these clothes are expensive, though I do think they're worth the cost. But you can apply the stuff that you think about, you know, elsewhere as necessary. Yeah, Wax Newman, I agree with that. For me, the experience is about self-presentation. I like the waffle knit here a lot. This turtleneck. I love their shorts. I'm wearing some right now. Mock neck, right? No, that was a turtleneck, just one that's folded inward, so it had a mock neck profile. Their pants are also consistently mid-rise. See, I like that a lot. I really like that silhouette. I ordered 2 other pairs of pants from Buck Mason that are being altered right now. So once I get them, I'll show them off, and you guys will see my enthusiasm. Bear fruit before you. Those pants are cool. Yeah, a lot of the stuff here is meant to be like men's casual suiting and formal, like tailoring stuff like this, or military stuff. Like a lot of their chinos are military. Are they being altered to make the waist higher? No, no, no. All my pants go up past my belly button. Is that too high? There's no too high, but that would be high rise. Guys, want to see an item that I like? I haven't gotten my hands on these yet, but look at this. These are corduroy in a light color. Look at that, huh? Huh? I think that's pretty good. That is a nice looking pair of pants. Gives me more of a winter feel, but I think they're new, so maybe they're more of a summer item. Nice belts. Price? Their pants tend to be around $150. I think this is what I have right now. Where do you find high quality denim? Well, they do have it at Buck Mason, but you can find it in a couple places. Levi's, for example. Though it feels very twink coated. Okay. I promise that after I do this, I'm going to move on. I'm going to read donos, and then we're going to play Tomb Raider. But do you guys want to see the trousers that I wore to a wedding? Look, they're not even proper suiting trousers, but I did wear them with a sport jacket. Here. Here. Hopefully the pattern on these shows well, despite the, see? Like that? I don't know, does the herringbone pattern show? Is that, can you see the stripes? Does that show? Here, hold on. Yeah, there might be limitations to what shows well over the camera. There's a light pleat on the pants, but I don't think it'll show properly. Of course, you would have a belt here. This business casual shit is killing me. It feels so fake. This isn't business casual. Still, they look nice. Yeah, but the pattern looks really good. Whatever. You'll see. You'll see. You need to learn more poses, my man. Shut up. Good though, good though. Well, yeah. The pants look nice though. Do they show properly in profile? Oh yeah, they look good like that. Okay, just making sure. Here, let me change back into my shorts. Okay. I thought jeans were bad. When on earth did I say that? And also, I wasn't wearing jeans. Where were those linen pants from that you were looking at before? Linen pants? I don't think I looked at any linen pants in the Buck Mason store. Ugh. Bosch really just wants to be a midlife crisis dad. I don't know why people are calling any of this dadcore when the median dad in the United States wears like either mom jeans or khaki shorts with an ill-fitting stretch polo shirt. What you're thinking of is American menswear classic, like revival pieces from military fits in the 40s and 50s, or like 50s semi-formal wear. Like no dad flatly don't dress like this. Maybe they did in like the 50s or 60s, but that's the point, right? It's grandpa core, if anything. It's more grandpa core, if anything, yeah. Yeah, exactly. The platonic ideal of dad core. You're like a decade older than most of your chat. Fuck, that's true. Tenured English professor core? Again, nope. Tenured English professor core would mean tweed jacket and wool trousers. Definitely not military-derived clothing. You would never find English professor core finding anything made of this kind of twill, because all of that dates back to the clothing worn by the people that he would have protested against going into Vietnam. How do you feel about tweed jackets? I like tweed jackets. I have a very nice one myself. I feel like the ineptitude of people describing how I dress actually comes back to how poorly men dress in general, and how difficult it is for a lot of men to find their voice, so it is, in dressing. There's streetwear, sure, and then there's like club dressing or whatever. Like there are ways you can dress, to be sure. But like I think that like masculine clothing tendencies are basically boiled down to like men's casual or like fitness core now, and for that reason anything that's outside of that but still distinctly masculine gets folded into this like, oh, it's like old people clothing. And I think that really sucks. Can you imagine if somebody said mom core because you saw a woman wearing like, I don't know, corseted dress that had like a lace or frilled neck and had a nice big hat, you know? Like, would you go like, oh, that's mom core? No, 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 that's like some cool ass fucking like revival antique fashion, you know? Yeah. I did Tempest. Yeah, I did. I found stuff I'm happy with. Am I bad for still liking the Eurotrash style? No. Whatever you like is good, you know? I just think that people should try their best to communicate with others. And if that means putting some effort into how they present themselves, then, you know. What's the difference between a sport jacket and blazer? There isn't a difference. Those two terms are used interchangeably. Any menial differences between the two are not, like, practically applicable. They mean the same. Technically, a sport jacket or a blazer just means any suit jacket that doesn't have a matching pair of trousers. Normally, when a suit is made, you make a jacket and trousers out of the same material. A sport jacket or blazer is not made with the accompanying pair of trousers. You can functionally wear a suit jacket as a blazer simply by not wearing the associated trousers, but there are also other differences between a sport jacket and blazer generally than a suit jacket. Like, they tend to be less formal. They often have, like, distinct button coloring rather than having blended buttons. They can be made of, like, tweed more often, like a more informal material and construction. Chat, yay or nay on replacing my damaged shirt with this one? I feel you can't often tell much of interest from just looking at an item on a website. You need to know the brand's style, and the best way to do that is to look at their lookbooks. If you can't find a lookbook for a brand, you might be in trouble. If a brand is making clothing worth selling, they should be taking, like, photo shoots of their models wearing entirely that brand's clothing. I don't know, wandering around a balcony or something, you know, it's part of selling it. I don't know if that's the case here. I don't have a sport jacket. I have a sport jacket, but I don't know how to use it. Well, good news. You can wear a sport jacket with, like, anything, you know? Like, anything dressier than basketball sneakers and, you know, sweatpants, and you should be fine. You can wear jeans, chinos, whatever. You can wear anything with a sport jacket, really. Probably not shorts, but honestly, some people are pretty crazy, you know? Who knows? Maybe they'll pull it off. Does Buck Mason do brick and mortar? Yeah, there's one in Seattle. Have you heard of the fabric Donegal? Yes, of course. I love Donegal tweed. Very, very much a fan of it. Want to see something that I like quite a bit? Brown suit, Donegal tweed, Todd Snyder. A suit I'll never own, unfortunately, but I'm quite fond of this one right here. I might have even shown... Oh, dear. They're out of it, aren't they? Yeah, I guess the seasons have changed. Maybe I can find a photo of it? Here we go. I don't believe they're selling it anymore, but that's Donegal tweed. See, it looks kind of like heathered fabric for a t-shirt or for pants where there are specks inside of it. Very informal, very casual as suiting goes. Very nice. I like it quite a bit. Looks like cork. It does, doesn't it? There are problems that I have with it personally. I wish the jacket was more structured, and I wish the lapel was larger. It has a nice roll, though, so I can't complain about that. Trousers fit wonderfully. I also don't personally care for this style of cuffing, but that's me. That's because my legs are so thick. I feel the jacket's a tad long. Classic men's tailoring brings the jacket down to right at the end of the buttocks. Right at the end of the cheek. Right there. That's where it goes down to. Thank you, Chris Carmona. I just saw that nice message of yours in YouTube chat. I really appreciate that. What do you think of this bag? I need a bag. I need a bag. Would this go with your outfits? No. This is very, very, very clearly like designer fancy pants stuff. No. This would not be appropriate. One of the stylistic tendencies of Buck Mason clothing and like classic Americana revivalist clothing in general is that it's not flashy. It's meant to be simple and high quality. Oftentimes it looks really, really nice and attention-getting, but mostly because of its construction, not because of its patterning, right? So if you have that paired with some designer bag that has like Dior, some pattern all over it, you know, that doesn't quite fit. Not to say you have to avoid ostentatious stuff necessarily. It's just I don't think that would work. I do need a side bag, though, something that fits well. I didn't hit the add button. Money talks, wealth whispers. Well, it's also just like, I mean, you can see for yourself, but I mean, a good like accompaniment to this particular attitude would be like, you know, you think of like, I don't know, you think of Versace or whatever. And oftentimes, you know, you look at these items that are so expensive and you think, when would anyone want to wear this? Like, look at this gaudy thing with these center buttons. Or like, look at this. Who would wear this? I'm not saying it's unwearable, but it's incredibly flashy, incredibly gaudy. Who would want to wear this? And I think the reason why these are designed in this way is because you're supposed to look at it and it screams, look at me, look at me. I have a designer jacket. I have a Versace jacket. It costs $3,000. Look at me, you know? And I think that often when people buy stuff like this, in all honesty, they're buying tacky bullshit that's not very well made. Versace clothes, it's not like all of these clothes are exceptionally well made or anything, you know? Like a lot of them are made actually worse than Buck Mason clothing, more like Abercrombie tier in construction, you know? Like it's not good clothing, it's just branded clothing, you know? And I think it's quite sad. People are willing to pay for the brand name, but not for the quality. High-end fashion isn't that great construction-wise and average. No, it's not. And for that reason, a lot of the time, it ends up looking pretty bad unless you have a model's body. Because a hallmark of high-quality construction is that it continues to look good, even if you are not like, you know, shaped like a toothpick, you know? I don't think that all designer clothing is necessarily bad. I just don't think it's like very special, and I think you're paying for the brand in a lot of cases. How do you distinguish between high prices due to brand names and high prices due to quality construction? Well, if the construction is quality, it probably doesn't have its logo printed all over the item, generally speaking. Not always the case, but generally speaking. Secondly, oftentimes you just have to feel it yourself, which is one of the reasons I don't think you guys should buy online. Unless you're out there in the sticks and you really don't have any clothes nearby, you've probably got a mall that's got a Levi's in it. Levi's has good stuff. You know what else has good stuff? The Gap. Not kidding. The Gap has good stuff. You know, there are good, you can find really good stuff out there. And you can find it in person and try it as well. Yeah, Old Navy. Yeah. You know, try a bunch of stuff on at the mall. Thanks, ENG. 7K for a black leather trench coat. What the fuck? Yeah. I'm not familiar with either, Pure P. If you want to ask me what my opinions are on something like this, you should show me the lookbook, not just like a link to the website. Otherwise, there's not much I can say. I don't see a lookbook for either of these. Disappointing. How do you feel about trench coats? I don't like them personally, but, you know, if you do, that's good. I don't like trench coats. Buck Mason has trench coat, I'm pretty sure. Right? I think Buck Mason has a trench coat. Yeah, here we go. Storm Stopper belted trench coat for $400. That's a pretty good price. It's a thin trench coat, you know, but that's the classic one. Trench coats were meant to be light. There's your noir clothing right there, folks, in case you want them. Trench coat? Trench coat. Looks good. Not really my thing, though. It's just too associated with noir and creeps, you know? Now, this leather jacket. Whew, boy, that's a beaut. For only $600 too. High quality leather jackets are expensive. That's not me being bougie. That's the case in every brand. Look at that. Look at that. It's even cropped too, like the classic motorcycle style, because you want them to not like fold against your legs. Too small? Well, that's what a motorcycle jacket looks like. Cropped is a strong word, I think. It's cropped compared to standard jacket length because you're meant to be wearing it while sitting. Here's a leather bomber. See, that's longer. Don't they have a... Oh, here we go. Here's a wool coat. That looks quite nice. See, I like this. I like coats. I don't like pea coats for the most part. Just not been my thing. What about the, don't they have a nice high quality tweed? I got this recently. I showed that off on stream. Ah, here we go. The Balmacan coat. Ah, they're almost out of it. Well, I wasn't going to get it anyway. If I got a herringbone coat, I'd get it from the anthology. Beautiful. Look at that. Oh, man. Donegal chevron tweed Balmacan coat. Raglan sleeved as well. Beaut. Very nice. Very masculine coat. Really accentuates the shoulders. Oh, and here's more of the super... Yeah, these are more of the Eddie Bauer collection stuff. The super, super, super cold weather stuff. Nice. Wearing an $800 coat with jeans feels weird. It shouldn't. Historically, people had like 2 coats, you know? And jeans can be very high quality. Got a whole jeans section. You know? Look, up here they have the different fits. Full saddle, roomiest fit with our highest rise. Ford Standard, Cowboy, Maverick Slim. See, you can see how they fit in your body, more or less. See, look at that. Japanese denim right there. Look at that, huh? See, you could wear this with a nice coat. Look at that, huh? Cannot deny. What a beautiful... Eh? Eh? Honestly, you people. You'll say any old shit. Eh. Good lord. Look at that. He looks drippy as shit, and he's wearing jeans and a white t-shirt, you know? It all looks the same to me, lol. Okay, well, whatever. I like light wash much better. Really? That's crazy to me, but I like dark wash. There's no wash. Really, really, really nice. I'd have holes in the crotch of those jeans within a year, lol. What do you... Cubed meat? No, you wouldn't. These are actual jeans, not like 20% stretch material jeans. These ones should be indestructible. You would have to do extraordinary things to destroy these. Aren't you supposed to wash jeans like once a year? Yes. Look at that. Look at how good your ass could look. I got these. This is what I got the other day. Once a year? Yes. I'm not washing that rarely, bro. I mean, you can do what you want. Like, I can't stop you, but yeah. They get stanky? No, they don't. That's the point. They don't get stanky. What if my ball stank is just different? Then maybe you need to, like, wash yourself more. Possibly. Maybe. Then they're casual suiting. Oh, I love their silk ties. Look at that. I love this shirt too. The banker striped shirt. Look at that. That looks really, really good. With the silk tie. I think they have pictures of it in black. I swear the average age of a VGGer is 13. It's just they're the loudest ones, you know? Hey, what's up? What's up, my man? Those ties are awesome. Yeah, I've never worn a silk knit tie before, and I want to. I have a feeling that even by the standards of most of my streams, this one has been relatively unstructured, and I think I'd like to apologize for that. It's been a fun stream. I just have a feeling that I'm not going to play Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider involves, like, precision platforming. I'm not doing that while drunk. Are you fucking kidding me?
Have you heard of Bluey? It's Australian.
Is it the dog
cartoon?
show?
Dog show?
I put it on for my dog when I leave.
The dog dad, I would fucking fuck his brains out. The dog dad, he's funny, he's kind, he's smart.
Hey, so I don't know if this is necessarily the case with this clip, but just so you guys know, a lot of the clips that you see from TikTok podcast, like you see it on TikTok and it's from a podcast, the podcast isn't real. The conversations that you see are scripted. They're formatted to look like a podcast to make them look more out of pocket and authentic. In reality, this might as well be a skit. I don't know if that's the case with this specific bit, but I suspect that it might be.
I have never, yes,
Okay.
he's a dog, and I have never been more attracted to anybody in my life.
Really?
And it is a cartoon dog.
Bandit?
Oh, he's such a good dad.
He looks like a dog version of Phil Dunphy.
I masturbated.
Contributing to, hold on. See, she's pointing up, it seems, even though nothing in the studio would give her an indication that there's a reason to point up at that moment, but that's when the clip, the picture was inserted. Also, the two people who are being filmed are extremely attractive women, one of whom is prodigiously endowed and showing off cleavage, whereas the men who are talking are just doing so, like, for structuring, you know? Also, weirdly unprofessional looking background. Yeah, literally just like what is this? Like a light blue fake cloud painting, you know? Yeah, this is a fake podcast clip, I'm pretty sure. I'm not even going to look to check to see if it is. I'm not even going to look up out of bed podcast, you know? I'm just going to assume
More attracted
that
to
I'm right.
anybody in my life.
Really?
And it is a cartoon dog.
Vosh's thesis is incorrect. This podcast is sadly real. Is it really? Okay, now I will look. With full episodes. Are you sure? Because... Oh, wait. Out of bed with Mia Malkova? Oh. Recognize the name, not the face. And Gabby Epstein. Well.
Hi, I'm Mia Malkova, and I'm here with Gabby Epstein, and we started a podcast out of bed. Do you like?
This is from only 2 months ago, and... Okay. You know what? Honestly, who cares? Get that bag. Whatever. Just skipping over that. What am I supposed to... Sure.
Hi.
Oh god, thank God you're hot. Have you ever cheated on a boyfriend?
No.
True.
I cheated on my husband.
I'm not gonna... I don't want to come across misandrist here or anything, but I really gotta... Vosh, why'd you think it was fake? Because it happens all the time. I still think this is kind of fake. I don't know. They only have 9 episodes out?
I don't like anything that's like too pre-rehearsed. It makes me uncomfortable for
Okay.
So
I feel like I'm robbing the cradle.
For me, like, yeah, it feels a little creepy, but also below a certain age, I feel like I just do not get along with people as well. Like,
True.
Not really like we don't like each other, but just don't relate to the same things at all.
I understand that as well. Like I can't hang out with early 20s too much.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we have nothing in common and I feel like an outsider.
So I feel like I've gone on dates with girls that...
Okay. Mia Malkova, Epstein, and this guy. All right. Okay. So what's this clip?
Bandit?
Oh, he's such a good dad.
He looks like a dog version of Phil Dunphy.
I've masturbated to him.
Really?
I have masturbated to him.
Like, I'm so curious though. Is he a cartoon?
He's a cartoon.
Were you imagining you two together? Were you just...
Okay. Pardon me for avoiding the obvious white woman jokes, but is this even remotely surprising? How many guys have jacked off to the thought of fucking GLaDOS? The giant, like, monstrous machine thing hanging from the ceiling. Like, it's very obvious you're jerking off to, like, the vibes and nothing else. Like, the people who jerk off to GLaDOS aren't thinking, like, what if I slapped my dick against the giant metal frame? Like, they're just thinking, like, oh, conceptually, GLaDOS is hot. I've never seen Bluey. I hear people like it. I have never seen it. I don't know. If the dad dog guy... Where is he? Where's the... There we go. If this block guy has a handsome voice and a good vibe, I don't think it's that surprising. I don't know. Dude, there are so many things that women do that they get made fun of for when men do the same thing. Women will get made fun of for making bad decisions and hooking up with shitty guys, but then men will be like, yeah, I'll let a woman ruin my life if she's got huge tits. You know what I mean? Like there's so like the, you know, one of the most like life-changing things for me was when I read that 4chan green text where it was like, bros, you're in high school, kind of a loser. A hot older vampire woman starts stalking you, watches you while you're asleep, wants to fuck you forever, gets obsessed with you. I finally get it now, bros. I get Twilight. And it's like, yeah, if Twilight was gender flipped, it would not only be popular with guys, it would be like uncritically, like everyone would just be like, yeah, obviously hot vampire lady starts fucking you. Like, yeah, of course you're going to go for it. Who cares? She's being creepy. She's hot, bro. But like, it's discourse because it's for women, you know? Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. It's like, man, the double standard. Fuck. I don't know.
To his personality.
I was reading to him. You have to hear his voice, though.
Yeah, the voice. Yeah, the voice.
I was also reading to his voice.
We already had that. It was called Lady Domitresque, lol. Yeah. His voice is kind of hot, TBH. Okay. Louis Dad. YouTube. Give me... I'll tell you when it's him talking.
Like a monkey's butt.
That's what he sounds like? He's like Australian?
Time for my morning walk. Walk like this, like those guys in the Olympics.
Okay. I take it all back. I don't understand women. The show's Australian. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Bro, it's Bluey. It's, of course, I didn't know it was an Australian show. I think it's the good father vibes. I mean, yeah, that'll do it, right? Like, if he's a cool dad, yeah. Repeal the 19th, they've gone too far. Yeah, liking an Australian dad. Well, true. Yeah, but it's a show for 4-year-olds, so it's kind of cringe to say out loud. I don't know. I feel like plenty of people said they wanted to fuck Pearl from Steven Universe or whatever. I don't know. Or the secretary to the mayor from Powerpuff Girls, you know? Miss Bellum. That's it, yeah. Thank you, Deep Sea Fission. Maybe I've just never had a thing for cartoons. That's fine. You're normal. Congratulations. I've got to piss. Hold on. All right, guys. Since I ended up drinking too much to since I ended up drinking too much to I ended up drinking too much to play games, but not enough to turn into like a sloppy, horny mess. So we're kind of in that like middle point where I still want to do politics. I'm gonna take a piss. You guys assemble your links, okay? Linkers, this is the rare time that I'm saying that it's your time. I'm gonna try to be productive, okay? All right, this is your time. Seriously, look, it's a large, but it fits. I don't know. It seems minor. Also, it's got a curved hem. I'm not used to that. Isn't that kind of cool? I like it. I like it. All right. I'm probably only worried about this because I'm drunk, but I caught the faintest whiff of copper while I was peeing, and it makes me worry that there's blood in my brain. So if I die suddenly, half my shit goes to my family, and the other half goes to my family. Fuck you, vermin. I gave you enough money. I've given you enough. Get a job, stupid bitch. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. I'm holding up the job application form. Sorry. Nice try, Observer. Why the fuck did I smell copper? Vosh, I don't got a link, but I got really high tonight at a party and couldn't really function. That's fine. You know, you got to be careful with stuff like that, but I feel like the key to navigating situations like that is to always be confident enough to understand that it's okay to take time for yourself, even if it feels like it's awkward, because it's not awkward to anyone else, right? Like if you're really high, the idea of thinking like, I need to go remove myself from the situation and chill for a bit, it feels like, oh, that's so strange. I'm imposing on everyone else, whatever. But in reality, it's like, it's not. Like, nobody cares, right? So you always have to be confident. Confidence is so important to so many elements of life, like so many elements of self-care. It's why I don't like performative self-deprecation. Ideally, everyone should always be doing what they want all the time. In reality, you know, that can't always happen because there are responsibilities and chores, and you can't like slap silly the person in front of you in the line who's being taking too long. Like, you know, you can't, it doesn't always work that way. But when it comes to stuff where it's just you and yours and you're just managing your own affairs, you always have to be strong-willed enough to be able to do the stuff that is good for you. You know? It's important. Ep Silver, if you try to promote your content while I'm asking for links one more time, I'm giving you a ban, okay? I warned you. I warned you, Ep Silver. I fucking warned you. You think I can't see? Do you think I don't know? How small do you think my brain... It's huge. It's fucking massive. You're in it right now. You thought you were in your own house watching the stream? No. Look around. You're actually in one of the... You're, the walls are made of my brain. You're inside it. You're nothing to me. I like how me misspeaking was like the like fault line that led me to stop taking my own jokes seriously. Yeah. I'm amazed by how many people lack self-confidence nowadays. It's so important. You know what else pisses me off, man? You have to stop fetishizing people with low self-esteem. This is like a really common young queer thing where it's like, maybe not just a queer thing. You know, what if my girlfriend demanded my attention 24/7? You don't want that. And neither do they, okay? Neither do they. Trust me, you don't want that shit, okay? You really don't want that shit. I really lack self-confidence, Alexander. Maybe you should get on that shit. Maybe you should be confident. Maybe you should fucking, maybe you should fucking, you know? Maybe that's what you got to do, you know? Maybe that's what you got to do. Huh? Huh? Seems nice to be wanted. Ah, Inky Elk. But that's your own lack of self-esteem coming into play. You can be wanted without your partner being, like, completely dependent on you. And if a person lacks so much self-esteem that they need constant affirmation to stay functional, they don't need you, they need anyone. A person with that low of self-esteem, trust me, would take another person, okay? You're not that special because their standards are so low. That's the problem. It's a problem for both of you. They need to be confident enough that their need for your attention is meaningful and complementary, and you need to be confident enough to not have the threshold for feeling needed be like a constant drip feed of meaningless affirmation, telling someone you love them 20 times a day. Honestly, do you have... Okay, I'll tell someone I love them 100 times a day if I love them. Sure, fine. But imagine being asked for the last I love you when you've said it 99 times because they genuinely, like, feel insecure that you haven't said it 100 or whatever. Just, like, there are limits to this, you know? People should be confident. Exactly, girl with a guitar. Yes, it is. I dress like your grandpa, I agree. Holy shit, I'm that partner. This stream is a therapy trip. Then cut it out. Then stop it. Stop it. Cut it out. Don't do that.
somebody here right
now. Hold on. So it's happened again, has it? What a perfect subject to cover when you all know that I'm drunk. That's very kind of you. Well, you know... Okay.
To the urgent investigation into the death of a man in police custody. Disturbing body camera footage shows the moments just before Frank Tyson died during an altercation with Ohio law enforcement following a car crash. Alex Perez joins us live in Chicago with the latest on that. Alex, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Janae. There are still a lot of unanswered questions in this case, but authorities say they are reviewing all of the videos and exactly how things unfolded that night. We're getting our first glimpse thanks to this video warning. The images may be tough to watch.
I'm very sorry, guys. Blame YouTube, not me. I'm afraid you're going to be looking at my face. Good thing it's a nice face, huh?
Thank you.
It's loud. Christ.
This morning, state investigators in Ohio are urgently looking into how this man, Frank E. Tyson, died.
Well, I'm looking at the video, and I gotta say, I think the solution is pretty evident to that question. Wondering how this guy died, video of, like, a guy with his knee on the back of his neck. Well, we've done this before.
Police custody. Newly released police body camera footage capturing a chaotic ordeal. It all started when Kenton police say they were responding to a car crash on April 18th.
I'm not sure. I see a car with the hazards on. That might be who hit it. Yeah.
Telephone pole laying in the road.
Yeah, laying in the middle of the road right now. I mean, it's really bad. We need somebody here right now.
Eyewitnesses pointing authorities to a nearby veterans bar where they find and confront 53-year-old Tyson, who refused to leave.
They're trying to kill me.
A struggle soon begins, officers pinning him to the ground, one officer positioning his knee on Tyson's upper back.
Yeah, there you go.
Tyson heard shouting multiple times, telling officers he can't breathe. After about 30 seconds, that officer takes his knee off of Tyson's back, but it appears no one noticed Tyson had become unresponsive.
Jesus Christ. Glad to see we improved since BLM. Yeah, we went from 7 minutes to 30 seconds of knee on the back of the neck, you know?
About 5 minutes after Tyson said he couldn't breathe, officers realize he's unresponsive and begin chest compressions.
Phenomenal competence from the officers. They dedicate all of that, all those personnel to just letting him lay the insane, fucking remarkable shit, man. Just like genuinely, how do you, like, he's right there, he's handcuffed, he's face down on the ground. I can't show you guys again. I can't show you. It's YouTube. It's gonna get mad. YouTube's gonna get mad. So I can't show you. He's laying there on the ground, just limp like a fish, you know, and it takes them 5 minutes.
Other officers and paramedics arrived to perform CPR. Tyson later pronounced dead at the hospital.
Jesus Christ. Somebody linked me on Twitter the full body cam footage. What city is this? Isn't it Cleveland? It's in Ohio. According to News 5 Cleveland. A Canton police officer. Canton. Okay, Canton. Cleveland's just the nearest big. Yeah. Okay, again, I can't show. Yeah, here's the yeah. Yeah, and so it proceeds from there again, you know, it's. So dude's definitely struggling, but like it seems like they have a handle at him like pretty quickly. I mean, it's a bunch of cops and it's one unruly guy. He doesn't have any weapons. Man, I don't want to do like at least blank or whatever. Like, you know, oh, at least with. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to implicitly defend Derek Chauvin or whatever. But like that was, I know there was another cop there, but like this is like a whole group of people with this guy too. Like the idea of, you know, well, how could we possibly restrain him without the whole knee on the neck business? You can restrain people without knee on the neck. And always whenever this happens, you have the same group of like dipshit, bootlicking, sycophantic retards who come out here screeching, well, you're not a cop. You don't know. You don't know. Meanwhile, like in a bunch of like precincts, including with Derek Chauvin, like it's just already a violation of their rules to do that. Like they're like, actually, remember when that guy got killed in the New York subway, that got murdered? That guy had a mental health episode, and then for 15 minutes this guy choked him to death, and everyone was like, actually the only way to restrain an unruly person is by choking them to death. Like they always say that shit, you know? If it's a black guy and he dies, then whatever led to that, they'll say it was good. Like it doesn't matter. Those, oh yeah, absolutely. Well, there's no other way, you know? Watch the fucking thing. The dude's being unruly. The body cam footage basically just shows, it looks like an officer's trying to crotch grab him. Whatever, many such cases, you know, whomst amongst us, etc., etc. He's like clinging to the side of the wall. It's all sloppy bitch shit. I'm skipping ahead. He's on the ground. There's like 50 guys on top of him. Yeah, now there we go. Yep, knee on the neck. There we go. Yep. They've got like 50 guys on him, man. They didn't need to do this shit. You can just if you need to you know, the way you're supposed to do that. Okay, like pardon me if I'm not an expert on this, cuz I'm not. Okay? If you want to pin somebody down and they're being really unruly, you pin their arms behind their back. Somebody holds their legs, and you have somebody putting pressure between the shoulder blades, right? Because that does a really good job of keeping them from moving around. If you got that, if you've got the hands, the legs, and the shoulder blade, like some pressure, you know, like you can just sit in their back, you know. But the with the knee, like right in the back, like here, like that's the killing. Because it keeps you from breathing. This is literally what cops are trained to do. This is like the main thing they're trained to do. Apart from beating their wives, feeling up pussy when they're pulling people over for traffic violations, and mistaking their guns for tasers. This is the shit they're trained to do, which is how do you arrest somebody unruly without killing them? And they can't do it. And not stopping school shooters. That's right. They're also trained in not stopping school shooters. Exactly, yes. He's okay, I don't know if you heard that. He literally said, I can't breathe. Like, in an incredibly strange... Hold on. It's grim.
Stop fighting! I can't breathe.
How could the cops have possibly known?
That's the story right there. I'll be glad to push it for you. Okay. I can't breathe. You're fine. Yep.
Then, as Frank Tyson laid motionless on the
this
ground,
a news video?
Can be heard talking to police.
So I thought he's here to pick up a to-go order.
I've always wanted to be in a bar fight. I don't know if this counts.
Yeah, chalk it up, man.
It's your story. Those conversations continued over the next several minutes. It took officers nearly 5.5 minutes from the point Tyson was motionless for them to check on him.
Did he calm down?
Yeah, he might be out.
Breathing?
What? That casually? Yeah, he might be out. Like that was just a thought this guy had in his head that whole time? There's no such thing as like casually knocking somebody out. If they're out, then they're at risk of death. There's no unconsciousness but not potentially dead. There's no knocking somebody out isn't a real thing. That's like a video game stealth maneuver when you're going down the good guy path. That's not a real thing. If you knock someone out, that means you've deprived their brain of the resources to function for a period of time. If that period of time goes on too long or the deprivation is too extensive, you die. That's it. She was just like, oh, he might be out. After you heard the strained, I can't breathe, the cop removed his knee from the back of the guy's neck pretty much immediately, which means whatever damage had been done up to that point where he was saying, I can't breathe.
It took officers another 3 minutes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
To realize something was seriously wrong.
Fantastic. Well, Ohio's finest on the scene. No Fed posting. Clearly, they need more funding for training. Yeah, we need to divert another $50 trillion to training Ohio police so they don't do this in the future. It's the only way. Never mind the fact that, like, basically every other police department in the world gets significantly less money and kills people significantly less often. You know, it's just American police, both in terms of funding and in murders. Canned water? Yep, just water. Cops need 6 months training. They have to find a picture of Indiana color. But cops would need most American cops would need 6 months training to find their own dick in a mirror. Okay, these motherfuckers have like, they're the biggest losers in the fucking world. They couldn't make state. They liked being a bully in high school and they couldn't keep it forward. These worthless fucking pieces of shit sit around abusing overtime to get a 6-figure job. You know, fucking inhaling carbs in a squad car while waiting for jack fucking shit to happen. They exist solely to show up 8 hours after your car gets broken into to tell you that they're going to look into it and then never get back to you. Like, fuck, man. I fucking hate cops so much. Oh my god. The crazy thing is that every other government institution is like very, very critically scrutinized for how effective it is relative to the money that goes into it. But for the military and police specifically, all that goes out the window, like completely out the window, right? Like city budgets will be scrutinized for spending like 3% of their money on some kind of public transit that benefits millions of people. But then it's like, oh yeah, 30% of our budget goes to the cops. By what metric do we evaluate their performance? None. None. The cops are just taken for granted. If they exist, then they're doing good. That's it. There's no like there's no like performance review of the police. At no point does anyone ever go, hey, these guys sure do nothing, solve nothing, and commit a lot of crimes themselves, and like they never gets any investigation. There's no scrutiny at all. Fuck, the military gets more scrutiny than this. At least at least they tried to audit the Pentagon a few times, even though it failed every time, you know, at least there was an effort. Yeah, that sounds about right, Loquacious. Actually, I think the Marines passed their first ever audit this year. No kidding. No kidding! Wow. I guess that makes sense considering the fact that the only thing the Marine Corps needs to spend money on is uniforms and coffins. But nice. I'm glad. Yeah, I got their crayons in order. Let's go, boys! I was in a combat zone and faced more scrutiny for my combat actions in Iraq than cops do in the States. Yep, no, absolutely, 100% yes. If every American cop had the trigger discipline and followed the same ROE as your average soldier, we would be so much better off. The rules of engagement for soldiers. Hold on, let me see if I can find that, okay? Following a video of just cops murdering a guy and then just milling about for like 8 minutes doing nothing. Rules of engagement. Soldiers, USA. I'm drunk. Just give me just what's the line they follow? It's like it's like you have to do this, then you have to do that, then you have to do this. What's the here rules of engagement before firing? What am I supposed to? Here, example U.S. military rules of engagement. We'll review an actual rules of engagement card issued to U.S. military personnel in Iraq and Afghanistan. The card is outdated now, but yeah, okay. On order, enemy military and paramilitary. Okay, like, look at all this. Okay, I'm not even reading this shit, okay? I'm not reading this shit, okay? Like, okay, all this, cops don't read any of this shit, okay? When the cop rule of engagement card is like a bunch of skin tones on a business card, and the darker ones are checked out in red. Like, that's it. That's the rule of engagement card for a cop, okay? The rule of engagement card for a cop is, are you hungry / angry / in a bad move / was the wife a nag? And if the answer is yes, you can kill them. Like, that's the rule of engagement card for a fucking cop. Cops can't read. That's true. A cop's rules of engagement card is like one of those autism sensory experience like texture pads where you have like felt and fur and a bunch of like carpet and like a square, and they just pull that out and rub their thumb against it sometimes, and that's their and they get the they get the info they need from that. They get the info from hair texture. Yeah, cops can't actually see your skin tone, but once they put their hand in your head, they feel your hair texture. And that's how they decide whether or not they're going to kill you. Treat all civilians and their property with respect and dignity. Do not seize civilian property, including vehicles, unless you have the permission of a company-level commander and you give a receipt to the property's owner. Meanwhile, American cops can fucking asset forfeiture your ass and take your shit, and then you have to go to court to prove that your $1,200 that you had in your wallet because you were going to a wedding and wanted to give it as a gift wasn't used in, like, fucking drug trafficking or whatever. I scrolled around and saw the, contrary to popular belief, flamethrowers are not banned in war. They just haven't been used by the U.S. military in several decades. Yeah, well, there you go. Can we buy flamethrowers in America? Yeah. My grandpa used one in Vietnam. Yeah, they were, you know, a very specific tool. Marines still practice with flamethrowers in case we have to go to war in the Pacific. I don't know if they'd be practically useful these days, but I mean, yeah, they have a purpose. Yes, I saw the flamethrower attached to the robot dog. I saw. Remember, our tear gas is legal in war, but cops are allowed to use it on civilians. Actually, I think that's fine personally. Chemical weapons are banned in use in war, generally speaking, anyway, because because it's just blanket like chemical weapons, and the kinds of chemical weapons that you would use in war wouldn't be tear gas; it would be like mustard gas. tear gas is a fairly effective way of dispersing crowds. You know, it's just a blanket chemical weapon ban. You know, it's like yeah, with hollow point rounds as well. Hollow point rounds are banned in war, but they're used by cops and civilians, and that's because they're very good at quickly stopping a person. But in war, they make things difficult for medics, so they're banned. You know, bullets have to be solid. Poison. I don't actually know what the rules are on poison. No one poisons their bullets. That's what's wrong with the West these days. That's so damn specific. Well, think of it this way, okay? Back in the days when men were men, women were women, a pussy was a pussy, and a cock was a cock, a common military tactic that people would use would be to deliberately cripple the captured soldiers of your enemy rather than kill them and then release them. And the idea was that by crippling them severely or leaving them with long-lasting injuries, you would burden their civilian population with treating them indefinitely. The idea with hollow point bullets is that if you shoot a person with a hollow point, that's like a whole medical thing to fix that. Like there are shreds of metal all inside of them. You know, you need like it's an issue, right? Whereas with a solid bullet, like removing a solid bullet is relatively easy. The idea basically is that if you attempt to kill an enemy combatant, but you fail and they make it to a medic, the medic should be able to do their job quickly. I know that sounds dumb, but it's meant to contradict the like more brutal long-term strategy of deliberately crippling everyone. The idea, like, if you shoot someone and try to kill them and fail, like, they should, a medic should be able to patch them up, basically. And it shouldn't just be like an indefinite thing, you know? Also, hollow points, don't really go through armor that well. So there's also that, but also it's banned for a reason, you know? Yeah, that's the idea, Nerodia. If you get shot, you're out of the fight. It's like sports. It's like sports. If you're in war and you're a soldier and you get shot, you're out. Whether you die or you live, that's the rule. You're done. You're out. That's why you can't shoot at medics either, you know? That because a medic is supposed to be like the referee kind of, you know, they're support, right? You can't shoot at medics, and if a person's down getting treated, you know, you can't shoot them either, right? They're out. They're out. They're out. They're done. That's the idea, basically. It's funny we try to be civilized in war. I know it seems dumb and kind of contradictory, but these rules actually do mean something. They get broken all the time, but the existence of the rules, on average, probably do make the world a more civil place, you know? As bad as things are right now, the monstrosities of the conflicts of the past 80 years really don't compare that much to the kind of stuff that we did in World War II and World War One. You know, one of the reasons the Japanese were thought of as being less dignified than the Germans back in World War II was because the Japanese didn't really believe in a lot of the rules that we had about honorable warfare. So they would shoot medics, which made America really mad. Not to say the Germans were more honorable, by the way. The shit the Germans and the Soviets did to mostly the Germans to the Soviets, you know, very much like a, you know, yeah, it's the same reason why soldiers aren't allowed to disguise themselves as civilians. Didn't the Germans and the Soviets basically have a weird blood feud, though? Look, the Western theater and the Eastern theater of our war against the Nazis were completely different things. This is why the Soviets are the hero of World War II, right? Okay? The number of Soviet dead is incomparable when compared to like the other Western like Allied forces. You know, it's fucking insane. Over in the West, the war between like America, Britain and Germany was like civilized and dainty compared to the war between the Soviets and Germany. They were they were on that shit. They were fucking, oh my God, fucking brutal beyond compare, you know? Stalingrad, anyone? I if anything, I think Kursk was actually like the most, that for me was like the big, we went over this on stream, so I'm not going to reiterate it, but basically it was like, the Soviets were like, what if we turned like 50 million square miles of land into a death trap, and all it cost was 1 billion men to do. Like they were basically like, okay, this is going to cost us a lot of Soviet soldiers, but on the plus side, it'll cost them too. And it did. It really, really did. For 1 month and 2 weeks, these casualties, like 500,000 on both sides. The Soviets lost more than the Germans, but it was still a victory for the Soviets. Around 1.2 million wounded or sick, to a total of 850,000 to 1.6 million on the Soviet side. The Germans lost like a quarter of that, but it was still considered a Soviet victory. What was that anecdote that I read about how the Soviets conscripted a bunch of people to like dig trenches and lay tank traps, and in order to train them to fight in Kursk specifically, they would have guys lay down in trenches while tanks drove over them until they stopped freaking out about it? Like, tanks with engines at like 90 decibels, like lumbering above their tiny trenches while they cower, and they did it over and over again until these guys would be able to like work under those conditions. Whoo! Whoo boy! To put Japanese war crimes in perspective with German ones, both countries killed around the same number of Chinese Russians respectively, but the Russian deaths were about 50% civilian, while the Chinese deaths were around 75% civilian. Jesus Christ. That's what I said, Wax Newman. They had a similar thing with machine guns to the tank thing. Later war training would have MG-42s fired over their heads to try to get used to the noise. Yee. Vosh, please watch this. We specifically watched this earlier. I defended the white girls. Have you men ever considered that the reason white women want to be fucked by dogs is because you guys suck that much? Leaving aside the fact that you don't have knots, which is one thing, okay? But at the same time, in addition, have you just considered that you're not really giving them like a good time? I have a knot? Oh, well, that's good for you. Not rhetorical, but were rapes banned in World War II? Dude, rapes have been banned in armies since the beginning of written history, okay? You know, that gets said a lot. That's an often said thing. I don't know whether it was said. Without America, do you think the Allies would have won? Yeah. Yeah, the Soviets would have done it. If you were in World War II, what job would you want? Beautiful French woman seducer. I would land in Normandy, dodge every bullet, and then I would get assigned to one of the bases that the United States occupied in liberated France, and I'd be in Paris, and that would be my job. I'd be good at it, I think. Kind of crazy to think that I am right now at this age almost double the age of a bunch of the soldiers who died at Normandy. Isn't that wild? Boomer sip. North Korean officials visit Iran in a rare public trip. Based? President Xi, Ayatollah, Kim, it's time. Save us. Arizona House votes to overturn 1864 abortion ban, paving way to leave 15-week limit in place. Okay, this seemed pretty inevitable to me. I'm not surprised by this. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has claimed that Palestinian solidarity protests in university campuses are more hateful than the infamous 2017 white nationalist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. That's so true. I don't have much to say about this. It's kind of obvious. You know, it's pretty straightforward. It might also be because I'm drunk. I feel like I'm a lot less sloppy drunk. Maybe that's because I'm drinking cider and not drinking vodka. Oh, they're okay, X the cat. Cider is the best alcohol. I think that cider is I think that cider is a relatively positive drink, if that makes any sense. Because you have to drink a decent amount of it, but it's not like beer where you have to drink like so much of it to get drunk. You know? Better than beer, but then there's like the, you know, cocktails, so you get drunk almost immediately. At least I do, you know. No, I don't, Rosemary. All right, folks. I know that this has been a very meandering stream, but I feel like considering the fact that I've been drinking the entire time, I still got like 4 or 5 segments out. So that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I gotta say, I have like literally no interest in reading donations right now. So that might have to wait until next stream. Thankfully, they're not going anywhere. So, you know, there's that. One of the reasons why, by the way, the streams have been a little bit on the aimless side of things lately is because I'm getting the kind of like gear in now. I've been doing a lot of personal stuff lately, hanging out with friends, shopping, just having fun, because pretty soon it's an election year. You know, pretty soon I'm gonna be here for a while. So to be honest, I am enjoying to be clear, it's not just aimlessness. I am deliberately trying to enjoy. Yeah, I've got to lock in basically past a point. I don't know when things are going to be in like lock-in territory. It's April 26th right now, so my guess would be the real. It's we have less. It's less of an issue because of both of the presidents are incumbents, which kind of truncates the mid-July, probably August. I would say mid-July would be my guess. Mid-July would be my guess. I guess I was hoping to take some time to relax before then. I'm going to Spain relatively soon. I'm going to have a vacation. One of the reasons I've been buying clothes has been because I wanted some nice España clothing to wear. Some nice, you know, yeah. Can I show you guys another pair of pants that I got? I just barely fit in it, but I've been losing weight steadily, so, you know, I think it's fine. Oh, this whole time I haven't had my shorts buttoned. How indecent of me. How scandalous. Did you like that cartoonish little wave that I did there? Sort of a nice little flourish. Hold on. It's a five button jean. I don't think I should tuck my shirt in with this one. Look, I've never had slim black jeans before. I think they fit pretty nice. Look at my goddamn fucking ass in them, though, huh? Look at that. These the ones you got in LA with your parents? Nope, Buck Mason. What make are the jeans? Buck Mason. The pelvic movement? Yeah, they've got 3% stretch, so they're not fully like raw denim, but Vosh and booty shorts, please. I have booty shorts. I have some camo booty shorts. Tempest is making fun of me for being unproductive. Well, you know. Invisible ass. Invisible ass? Invisible what do you want from me? What do you it's I know it's black pants, but you can see what do you mean invisible ass? Jesus Christ. My God. Baited? Okay, well, it worked. Where do you find raw denim jeans? You usually need to find them at a specialty place because they're more of a specialty item. Oh, these fit better than they did yesterday. Nice. Bro, you fell for it? I'm just flattered that people in chat want to see my ass badly enough that they would try to bait me into showing it off. I hope you have a fun time at Spain. Sure, but I'm not going tomorrow. I'm not going, like, quite yet, so. Does raw denim just mean 100% denim? Usually stuff that's advertised as raw denim is 100% denim, but it also has to do with the way it's constructed, whether it's been pre-shrunk or whether it's been sanforized or is unsanforized, whether it means unprocessed, but in like a raw denim is like a whole thing, you know. Are you going to chase Spanish women in Spain? I mean, if I see a cutie pie and she likes me. All right. Tempest was making fun of me for not being productive enough during today's stream, which was very mean of him. I'm going to send you guys over to Conyer. I love you all very much. You're beautiful. Beautiful people. Thank you for joining me in this very wacky stream. Remember, if you're in Seattle, Slightly Furry, a cider bar and brewery, very, very cute. Look, they even got a little bulge on this fox? No, it's got to be a raccoon, right? Yeah. Sponsored? No, I just think their cider is good. Anyway, I love you. Red Panda, thank you. I'm going to send you guys to Conyer. I love you. Please take care of yourselves. Be confident. And I'll see you soon.